Hello everyone, this is Fantasy Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
After escaping the Hollow Realm, he became a Magic Academy professor. Part 1. Where is this? Mr. Thorn, you're finally awake. Thorn's gaze sharpened. On that furry head, compound eyes were densely arranged, glinting coldly under the light. He could never mistake it. A moth. Haven't you all died out? The other party clearly froze for a moment. Then, a very human-like look of confusion appeared on that fur-covered face. The situation is quite serious. Miss Moth murmured under her breath while quickly recording in the small notebook in her hand, hallucinations accompanied by speech impairment. I think I understand the gist of it. The red ant wearing a white coat closed the notebook and nodded slightly. It was a large ant with distinct body segments and a shiny carapace. For some reason, just standing there gave off an impression of being exceptionally strong and reliable. So, in your eyes, everyone is an insect, is that right? Thorn took a deep breath and nodded. The moth was still standing to the side, her wings trembling slightly. Thorn couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but he felt like she was laughing. Ah, yes. He looked at the doctor, his tone slightly hesitant. For example, you look like an ant to me. Oh. The red ant let out a light chuckle, his two mandibles opening and closing slightly. That is quite unexpected. I thought I'd at least be a rhinoceros beetle or something similar. The moth nearby couldn't help but chuckle softly as well. The two insects exchanged a look, revealing a tacit understanding. As for what you mentioned earlier, about some bug kingdom, a palace full of chainsaws, and the claim that you were originally Chinese. The red ant's tone was steady. It can basically be determined as residual dream fragments or delusions. However, the situation isn't the worst it could be. He paused. Although you see others as insects, you do not perceive yourself as one. This indicates that your self-cognition is still intact. With that, he handed a document to Thorn. Thorn looked down. Diagnosis: schizophrenic disorder accompanied by paranoia. Treatment recommendations are as follows. These words themselves didn't bother him much. What truly made his heart sink was the small line of text at the very bottom of the document. July 31, 1991. So, Thorn murmured, is this not my original world? Hearing this, the moth and the red ant exchanged a glance, clearly interpreting his reaction as despair toward reality. The red ant cleared his throat, his tone becoming gentler. Although it will have some impact on your life, we have already performed a comprehensive examination on you. Your condition is not due to pathological damage. As long as you take your medication on time, relax your mind, and face life positively, there is a high probability of recovery. He seemed to remember something and added. There was a patient before who insisted that magic existed in this world, along with horses that had wings and bird heads. Thorn looked up. And then. Later, he recovered very well and returned to a normal life. Oh. Thorn was taken aback. How did he do it? The red ant rubbed his chin and thought seriously for a moment. Well, once at a London station, he slammed himself into the pillar between platforms 9 and 10 until he was bloody. Since then, he never had another episode. The corner of Thorn's mouth twitched violently. Is that considered medical advice? Walking out of the hospital and onto the busy streets, Thorn still felt a strong sense of unreality. This was Britain in the 90s. The streets were already filled with cars, steel and exhaust fumes formed the familiar sight of human society. The only problem was that the ones driving those cars were not humans. Mosquitoes, grasshoppers, mantises. Insects of various sizes skillfully manipulated steering wheels, weaving through traffic, their compound eyes reflecting the streetlights. Thorn subconsciously clenched his fists. He tried to mobilize his power, to call upon the vital aid that had once roamed the bug kingdom and crossed battlefields with him. However, the only response was an empty silence. No feedback, no resonance. Reality coldly told him that all of this was real. And his power had completely vanished. Following the information provided by the hospital, Thorn took the subway to the original home of this body. The subway carriage was clean, bright, and full of modernity. Except that everyone standing and sitting around him were insects. Yet, clear and complex human expressions constantly appeared on their faces. Fatigue, numbness, anxiety, anticipation. That sense of dissonance was hard to accept. A massive sense of absurdity weighed on Thorn's heart. He forced himself to stop looking at those insects, instead casting his gaze toward the rapidly receding tunnel outside the window, and began to organize the memories in his mind. The original owner of this body was named Eric Thorne. An orphan. A long history of mental illness. After this hospital visit, he was practically penniless. Wow, what a start. Thorne couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Although it was much better than waking up directly in the abyss last time, his current situation almost cut off any possibility of making a living. He looked down at the reflection in the train window. It was a gloomy and haggard young face. The complexion was pale, the eye sockets were slightly sunken, and the gaze was always wandering. Messy strands of hair stuck to his forehead, and his whole being exuded a sense of decay from chronic sleep deprivation. The dead end of his financial situation, combined with his already serious mental illness. The original owner had been pushed completely into the abyss of despair. Even just recalling those memories, Thorne could clearly feel the kind of loneliness that almost swallowed a person whole. Thus, the original owner gave up on survival. Not eating, not drinking, wandering in a daze, and finally fainting directly on the street. This led to the scene of waking up in the hospital. The subway reached the station. Thorne stepped off the platform, walking through the dense crowd of insects. He suddenly realized that his condition might not be that simple. It wasn't just the physical appearance. Even the conversations of the humans around him had unknowingly turned into harsh and unfamiliar insect-like chirping. G, 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 buzz, 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 ah, 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 ah. The sounds were chaotic and shrill, as if surging in from all directions. That feeling of being excluded by the entire world made the irritation in Thorne's heart surge again. Clearly, his logic told him these were humans. But he couldn't understand their language, couldn't see their faces clearly, and even his form of existence was out of place. It was unbearable. Especially the sounds of those mosquitoes. It was too agonizing. What was the difference between this and staying in the hollow nest? What was the point of paying such a tragic price and doing everything to leave that place? Or perhaps, just as the doctor had said, the bug kingdom was actually just a dream. His identity as a transmigrator was also a delusion. The more Thorne thought about it, the more irritable his emotions became. When he stood in front of the house he was renting, listening to the insect cries rising and falling around him, he finally couldn't take it anymore. He needed to vent. Under the startled gazes of those nearby, Thorne suddenly raised his arms, his voice hoarse and desperate. Are there any humans left? But something unexpected happened. Clusters of pure white energy, with distorted outlines that seemed to be screaming, frantically surged out of his body. What? His vision was suddenly swallowed by white light. In the next instant, Thorne lost consciousness. No one knew how much time had passed. The familiar white ceiling came into view. Thorne slowly opened his eyes, his vision still a bit blurry. Back again. For a moment, he actually felt a bit between laughter and tears. He hadn't expected to be lying in a hospital again so soon. Should he find that red ant doctor and apologize? And what exactly happened just now? That mass of white stuff that surged out of his body flashed through his mind. Could it be? I can still use soul spells. While Thorne was thinking, he managed to prop himself up and sat against the headboard. Just then, a voice spoke. You're awake, Mr. Thorne. Thorne looked up. Standing before the bed were two humans. Oh no, to be precise, they were two insects. One was a snail, its brown spiral shell glinting coldly, its gaze somber. The other was a bee, wearing a smile. He looked quite old, but his temperament was exceptionally gentle. He seemed to be unwrapping the paper of a candy in his hand. Ah. Thorne cleared his throat. Gentlemen, I'm sorry, I'm not quite clear on the current situation. May I ask, what happened? The snail gave a cold snort, clearly lacking patience. Eric Thorne, don't remember, do you? He picked up a notebook with one of his slimy-looking tentacles, his tone cold and formal. Using mass destruction magic in a Muggle public area. Caused serious injury to one Muggle, minor injuries to 3 others, and the collapse of a building. Simultaneously violated the Statute of Secrecy, the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Dark Arts, and the Muggle Protection Act currently being drafted. The case has been appealed to the Wizengamot. The snail closed the notebook, his gaze grim. I imagine it'll just be life imprisonment in Azkaban. He paused there. So, do you have anything you'd like to explain? Ah. Hearing this long string of words, Thorn rubbed his temples with a troubled expression. Well, I don't even know where to start. The terms popping out of the other's mouth were each more unfamiliar than the last. Muggle. Azkaban. He hadn't even heard of them. After a moment of silence, Thorn spoke cautiously. Before I try to explain, can I ask one thing? Where, exactly is this place? The snail was clearly extremely dissatisfied with his attempt to change the subject. Hey, you're saying you don't know? Dawlish. Just then, another voice interrupted him. The elderly bee spoke slowly, his tone gentle and composed. I think you could let me have a private chat with Mr. Thorn. After all, looking at his background, he was indeed just a muggle with a history of mental illness for the first half of his life. There's no need to interrogate him as a dark wizard. The snail wrinkled his eye stalks, seemingly very unhappy with the suggestion, but still shook his head. I'd say it's just a waste of time, Dumbledore. The moment that name was spoken, Thorn's brow suddenly twitched. Hiss. Why does that sound a bit familiar? The bee didn't pay any mind to the snail's grumbling, simply returning his gaze to Thorn. In those deep compound eyes, there was a bit of scrutiny, and also a bit of interest. Mr. Thorn, he said in a calm tone, this is St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. The largest medical institution in the wizarding world. Thorn was stunned. His mind went blank, and the bewilderment on his face was completely undisguised. Because at this very moment, a familiar notification sound suddenly rang in his ear. Ding! Special environment discovered, exploration system activated. Current special environment, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Exploration progress, 0.3%. Ding! When the host enters a special location with a long history, the exploration function will be triggered. This function will provide rewards based on the host's exploration progress of the location. Exploration progress reaches 30%. Reward, Soul Container Fragment X1. Exploration progress reaches 60%. Reward, Spell Fragment X1. Exploration progress reaches 100%. Reward, Warrior's Dream. Soul Container Fragment. Collect 2 pieces to increase soul capacity by 1. Spell Fragment. Collect 4 pieces to strengthen a single spell. Warrior's Dream. The ghost of a powerful warrior still wandering the world. The specific benefits cannot be predicted until it is actually obtained. This description was all too familiar. If an ordinary person were to travel unprepared to the abyss region of Hollownest without any outside help, it would basically be a death sentence. That is the place of the void, which even the Pale King Worm had to seal personally. Yet Thorn could still sit here peacefully and even talk to that old bee. Ultimately, it was all thanks to the exploration system before him. Almost out of instinct, Thorn pulled up the system panel. Name: Eric Thorn. Race: human, shackled vessel. Weapon: none. Mask: shackled. Talisman: shackled. Spell library: 3 white spells, Howling Wraiths, Vengeful Spirit, Desolate Dive. Soul capacity: 1/1. Items: none. Assets: none. Number of special scenes unlocked: 23. Current special scene: St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, 0.3%. The screen was full of none, and a uniform, shackled. Thorn's heart was as calm as still water. Sigh, the various relationships of this body were so terrible that it gave him a strange sense of being at peace with wherever he ended up. Mr. Thorn, what's wrong? The old bee's voice pulled Thorn back from his thoughts. No, nothing. Thorn was stunned for a moment, but quickly composed his expression, managing to put on a normal look. This is a good thing, he said to himself in his heart. At least I have a system. No matter what, it's much better than going back to the situation where I could be kicked out by my landlord at any time, right? Thinking of this, Thorn let out a long breath. When he looked up at the old bee again, a faint smile was on his face, and his mental state was completely different from before. Can we talk more? Thorn's tone calmed down. For example, the Ministry of Magic, or yourself. The old bee's dozens of compound eyes narrowed slightly at this moment, as if he were squinting to examine Thorn's sudden change in attitude. After a moment, he gave a meaningful smile. Of course. As the other party spoke unhurriedly, some fragmented and familiar terms gradually pieced together into a complete outline. Thorn whispered the name in his heart. Dumbledore. By this point, he was almost certain. He seemed to have arrived in some work again. Harry Potter. That was a literary work that was extremely popular in his original world. To be honest, he couldn't be blamed for not reacting immediately. Wizengamot, Azkaban, taking these words individually, who could immediately associate them with Hogwarts? If the other party had mentioned Hogwarts at the beginning, things might have been much simpler. Moreover, this time the world setting was almost entirely foreign to him. At most, he had only seen one movie. The only deep impression left then was that the movie was really dark. Even this Dumbledore was someone he had only heard of and was very unfamiliar with. In the end, he seemed to have fallen from a building and died. Hiss, a wizard can actually die from a fall. It seems his strength is just average. Alright, that's basically the situation. After finishing the introduction to the Ministry of Magic and some basic common sense, the old bee stopped talking and looked at Thorn with a smile. So, Mr. Thorn, is there anything else you want to know? At some point, a cup of black tea had appeared in his hand. Thorn glanced out of the corner of his eye and happened to see the other party drop 6 sugar cubes into the cup. Hiss. Thorn instinctively gasped. This isn't just a matter of being too sweet. This is a lethal dose, isn't it? As expected of a bee. He decisively looked away to avoid affecting his judgment, thought for a moment, and then spoke. There is indeed one more question. That Azkaban Mr. Dawlish mentioned just now. Thorn tried to keep his tone calm. What kind of place is that? Is it also a magic school? Cough, cough. Dumbledore choked on his tea on the spot. He gave Thorn a rather strange look, then shook his head. No, Azkaban is not a school. It is a prison specifically for wizards. Oh, a prison, is there a difference? Dumbledore looked like he wanted to leave immediately, but he kept his tone steady, without any hint of a joke. Mr. Thorn, given your current situation, there is indeed a possibility of being sent there. Thorn's eyes narrowed slightly. No. If he couldn't freely explore this world, his exploration system would be as good as useless. In that case, he would lose even his last resort. So he absolutely could not go with that snail. That snail was right outside the door now. And his soul capacity was only enough to cast one spell. Then the plan was clear. Use one spell to take out one person. The remaining one, solve it with physical combat. Thorn quickly calculated in his head. Then, he straightened up slightly and channeled the soul magic within him. But Dumbledore suddenly couldn't help but cough. Cough, cough, my old bones can't withstand a hit like that one just now. Thorn looked up, his gaze meeting Dumbledore's for a brief moment. The next second, Thorn suddenly relaxed his body and lay back on the hospital bed. Oh, sorry. Dumbledore looked at him, his smile still gentle. It's fine. As long as you give up the plan to blow me sky high, Mr. Thorn. Your magic is truly special. Thorn's heart sank. He had been seen through. Since the other party had already noticed his preparations and could still calmly offer a reminder, it meant that this old bee was definitely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. He probably had more than a few tricks up his sleeve. Thorn completely gave up any intention of resisting. Forget it. I'll just go to prison quietly. I'll find a way to break out later. Should I tattoo a map of the prison on my body first? While Thorn completely laid flat, Dumbledore looked at him with great interest, clear excitement flashing in his compound eyes. Very interesting. I have never seen this type of magic before. So pure, yet so stable. He paused, his tone becoming more serious. More importantly, when they dug you out from the rubble, they found that the white light emerging from your body was actively repairing your physical form. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, as if he were looking at extremely precious experimental material. I think it must be a completely new magic system. Very much worth studying. He threw out the last sentence with a smile. So, do you want to be a teacher? Hearing this, Thorn couldn't help but rub his temples. Sorry, Mr. Headmaster. Setting aside the fact that I'm someone headed for prison. His tone became a bit more serious. I must clarify one thing first. The reason I can do those things is that I, too, am not human. Dumbledore's expression froze noticeably, a hint of confusion appearing in his compound eyes. 2. That's not important. Thorn waved his hand, feeling that compared to a bee, he was indeed closer to being human. Anyway, this is just an ability brought by my own special constitution, not some kind of knowledge that can be taught. That being said, but the, I'm very interested in you, expression on Dumbledore's face didn't fade at all. In fact, it became even more obvious. Thorn felt a chill in his heart and instinctively shuddered. This old man, what does he want? Enough. The door to the ward was suddenly pushed open. Dumbledore, there's no way you're taking this kid. Dawlish walked in with a cold face, his gaze sweeping over Thorn like a knife. Kid, the place you're going is prison. Whether you know these laws or not, you killed someone, and there's no escaping that. Dawlish, shouting is forbidden in the hospital. Just then, another figure walked into the ward. The first time Thorn saw the other person, an image inexplicably popped into his mind. In the City of Tears, those noble bugs who were stuffed with fat and dressed in finery. This was a fat golden cockroach. His entire carapace was shiny and oily, and his two antennae were even trimmed into elegant curves, exuding an unmasked aura of power. There should be quite a bit of money after killing him, right? Minister. Dawlish's face changed. Why are you here? Fudge. Dumbledore's tone was calm. Long time no see. Hey, yes, Dumbledore. The golden cockroach snorted coldly, though every time I see you, it's never anything good. But I've helped you solve a bad situation this time, haven't I? All the muggles have decided not to pursue it, which saves a lot of trouble. And Mr. Thorn has always been a muggle and hasn't shown any magical talent, so he hasn't technically violated the statute of secrecy. As you know, Hogwarts is responsible for identifying wizards, so leaving it to the school is the safest choice. By the way, where is the item I asked for? After a moment of silence, Fudge pulled a paper bag from his coat and tossed it to Dumbledore. He walked into the ward, his gaze sweeping over the group before landing on Thorn, who was still sitting on the bed looking bewildered. Fine, you always get what you want. He waved his antennae impatiently, the person can be taken away. Dawlish immediately stepped forward, his tone astonished. Minister, this is a murderer. How can you allow a murderer to teach at a school? I won't let him go. You will. Fudge said flatly. And now, he is no longer a murderer. At these words, Thorn was stunned. Dawlish was also stunned. Meanwhile, Dumbledore took a candy from the paper bag, put it in his mouth, and smiled slightly, as if he had expected this scene all along. A friend of mine sent some small gifts. They happen to come in handy now. If they were only on the verge of death, they could still be saved. As he spoke, he handed the paper bag to Thorn, stood up, and straightened his sleeves. Then he turned his head and looked at Thorn, who still hadn't fully reacted, his tone gentle and natural. All right, Professor Thorn, please come with me. We're going to Hogwarts. Wait a moment, Mr. Headmaster. I have one more request, Thorn said suddenly. As you know, I'm a mental patient. You could say returning to the hospital is like coming home. So, can I take a tour of my home? Inside St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. In the reception room, Thorn sat on a long bench, flipping through a Hogwarts promotional brochure, his gaze unconsciously drifting around the room. There were bugs everywhere. Bugs of various shapes and eerie states were communicating their respective illnesses through rising and falling chirps. A mosquito with only 4 legs, a weevil with mantis-like forearms, a shivering little bug, and countless others missing limbs. But perhaps because they were all bugs, Thorn didn't find the scene particularly strange. On the contrary, the cluttered, noisy, yet strangely orderly atmosphere gave him a bizarre illusion. It was like being back in the human world, in one of those overcrowded county hospitals. Except here, the people were all bugs. Just then, the door to the reception room was pushed open. A bee's head peeked in. Thorn. Dumbledore said with a smile, if your tour is over, we can set off. The portkey application has been approved. Thorn immediately closed the brochure, stood up, and followed the old bee out of the reception room. The two, or rather, one human and one bug, walked through the corridor toward a narrow little room. Inside the room sat someone wearing a healer's uniform, a fly. To be honest, that round, plump figure gave Thorn an extremely strong sense of incongruity. However, he didn't have the heart to look further and spoke up somewhat hesitantly. Professor, about that. Sorry, Mr. Thorn. Dumbledore calmly interrupted him, his tone still gentle. Unless I want to lose a cash cow. He paused, as if realizing the wording was inappropriate. No, an excellent professor. Otherwise, I will absolutely not allow you to continue visiting the intensive care units here. Thorn was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but ask back. But the problem is, Mr. Headmaster. Does 70% of this place consist of intensive care units? As he said this, his gaze had already fallen onto his system panel. Current special environment. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries 31.3%. Reward obtained. Soul container fragment times 1. Dumbledore turned back, glanced at Thorn, and gave a slight smile. Mr. Thorn, we are wizards, after all. You'll get used to it slowly. After saying that, he signed his name on the brochure handed over by the healer fly. Wizards. Thorn wordlessly put away the system panel. He suddenly had a strong premonition that his future as a teacher in this world might be not so great. Under the supervision of Ministry of Magic staff, Thorn had just briefly toured the 1st, 5th, and 6th floors of St. Mungo's. As for the floors in between, they were said to be too dangerous, which were the intensive care areas Dumbledore mentioned, and he wasn't allowed near them. Just looking at the names of those departments was enough to discourage curiosity. Creature-induced injuries, dangerous microbiological infections, and potion and plant poisoning. Indeed, they didn't seem like places a Muggle should wander into casually. It did align with Dumbledore's explanation. However, Thorn was still strangely curious. Mainly because, back in the Hollow Nest, he had seen bugs infected with all sorts of strange things. The kind that were unclean both in body and in dreams. He really wanted to compare them. Of course, that thought only circled in his mind for a moment. Next, he saw Dumbledore pick something up from the side. It was a rather old-looking toilet plunger. This is the portkey. The old bee's tone was as natural as if he were introducing a teacup. It will take us where we need to go, just hold on to it. As he spoke, he had already gripped one end of the plunger. Wait a moment. Dumbledore seemed to suddenly remember something and looked at Thorn. Mr. Thorn, I noticed you were reading the Hogwarts brochure just now. My previous introduction was indeed quite general. That information will give you a more comprehensive understanding. Any thoughts? Thorn looked bewildered but still obediently grabbed the other end of the handle. Well, how should I put it? He thought for a moment and said honestly. Actually, I didn't finish it, I only read the part about Slytherin. Regarding their point about only recruiting students from wizarding backgrounds, I personally don't agree. Strictly speaking, this counts as a form of racial discrimination. Before he could finish his sentence, Thorn suddenly felt as if a hook behind his navel had given a violent tug. The force was impossible to resist. In the next instant, his feet left the ground, and he was bodily yanked upward. He managed to open his eyes only to see Dumbledore opposite him, looking perfectly normal, clearly long accustomed to this. Then the world began to rush forward frantically. The wind howled, and his vision was a blur. He couldn't see a thing. Thorn's palm was deathly stuck to the plunger, which seemed to have a magnetic force, pulling and dragging him forward incessantly. Until, thud, his feet landed heavily on the ground. If not for an invisible force supporting his body, he had no doubt he would have landed face first. Thorn staggered a few steps and barely managed to steady himself. Whoa. He rubbed his stomach, his voice weak. This is the wizarding world's way of traveling. It feels like being thrown into a washing machine and spun for a full cycle. After speaking, he looked up at the still smiling Dumbledore, his tone resigned. All right, I'll get used to it. Then, he instinctively looked back. The sight before him silenced him. A massive lake spread out quietly at his feet. And on the cliffs at the end of the lakeshore, a magnificent castle stood tall. The landing point for a temporary portkey is usually quite random. Dumbledore said with a smile, Welcome, Professor Thorn. This is where you will be working in the future. Saying this, he led Thorn toward the castle. Along the way, the old bee introduced various pieces of information about Hogwarts, from the castle's history to the house structures, and the faculty configuration, in great detail. Except Thorn barely heard a word. His attention was entirely captured by the magnificent, almost unreal castle before him. Until the two of them arrived before the castle's massive main gates. Dumbledore suddenly showed a look of surprise. Oh, Severus, what are you doing here? I thought you usually wouldn't stay at school during the summer break. I was planning to visit you in London. The man standing before the gates remained silent for a moment before speaking coldly. I only came back to pick up some ingredients. As for the visit, if you're willing to pay overtime. Merlin's smallest sock. Dumbledore chuckled. Severus, how can you let my ears hear such a sinful word as overtime? The man didn't respond further. Just standing there gave off a damp, oppressive feeling. His voice was low and cold, as if he lived in the shadows year-round. While listening to the two chat, Thorn formed an impression of this man in his mind. Not someone to mess with. After a few words of small talk, Dumbledore stepped aside, letting the man be fully exposed to Thorn's view. In the next moment, Thorn was stunned. Furry. Having spent a whole day in a world of bugs, Thorn was faced with an extremely strong visual impact. This is Severus Snape. Dumbledore introduced naturally, the potion class professor at Hogwarts and also the dean of Slytherin House. And this, he pointed to Thorn, is Eric Thorn. For now. Dumbledore paused, seemingly unsure, his position is still pending. Snape looked coldly at the young man staring blankly at him, his brow slowly furrowing. What? Is our new colleague an imbecile? As soon as he finished speaking, Thorn immediately snapped out of it. He stepped forward abruptly and grasped Snape's hand with unusual enthusiasm, his tone sincere and excited. Hello, Professor Snape. You're so right, Slytherin was right. What? I mean, we mammals are just more advanced than those arthropods. Thorn said so. And in his eyes, standing before him was a giant bat. Oh, so Hogwarts professors don't get sorted? Thorn asked with a hint of regret as he followed Dumbledore and Snape into the castle's interior. The castle corridors were deep and ancient, with moving portraits hanging on both walls. Occasionally, suits of armor shifted their positions on their own, making faint metallic clanking sounds. However, in Thorn's eyes, the figures in these portraits were almost uniformly insects. With vivid expressions and various poses, they looked for all the world like a wall of insect specimens engaged in active communication. In contrast, those suits of armor barely managed to maintain a humanoid silhouette, which gave him some small measure of comfort. A bat and a bee walked ahead of him, whispering something in low voices. Thorn didn't care what they were talking about. By comparison, he was far more interested in Hogwarts Castle itself. Current special environment. Hogwarts Castle 1.9%. The moment the system prompt popped up, he subconsciously looked around. He had clearly passed through the reception room and the Great Hall and officially entered the interior of the towers, yet he had only explored 1.9%. Thorn couldn't help but click his tongue inwardly. This castle was simply too large. A flight of stairs appeared ahead. He instinctively glanced at the two bugs walking in front, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Since they could fly, why didn't they just fly up? But as soon as the thought emerged, he snuffed it out himself. Oh, right. I'm the lunatic. Everyone else is normal. My apologies. Snape suddenly turned back in distaste, glanced at Thorn, and then lowered his voice to say to Dumbledore. Are you certain he is truly fit for a professor's position? He seems to have less understanding of magic than even a young troll, no, than a first-year student. Dumbledore merely smiled slightly as the two of them stepped onto the spiral staircase. Severus, rest easy. The magic of this world is as vast as the sea, and within Mr. Thorn, there exists a type of magic we have never seen before. His tone was relaxed. Besides, I haven't come unprepared. There will be an interview later, conducted by Minerva. At that time, you may also sit in and listen. Snape fell silent for a moment. Very well. I have no desire for a future colleague who is an utter incompetent. Don't say that. Dumbledore added with a smile. I think Thorn quite likes you. He paused, his tone becoming somewhat teasing. Mr. Mammals. Snape's eyes were just about to glare. Suddenly, a dull thud came from behind. The two turned back simultaneously to see Thorn hanging on the wall in an extremely bizarre posture, hands gripping the wall, his body nearly perpendicular to the surface. Then, he suddenly kicked off the wall for leverage, springing himself upward. Once, twice, 3 times. With movements crisp and efficient, and almost no unnecessary pauses, he flipped himself up onto the second-floor corridor. This scene left both Dumbledore and Snape staring in stunned silence. Thorn muttered under his breath, they took away my mantis claws, so climbing walls relies entirely on physical fitness. Really? He took a breath, making a mental note of it. I'll have to find a way to make another pair later. As soon as the thought passed, he looked up and found the bee and the bat staring straight at him. Snape's furry ears were pricked high at that moment, looking almost greasy and shiny in the dim light of the castle. Thorn shrugged, pretending nothing was wrong. Ah, your stairs here are a bit unruly. Dumbledore smiled, his tone gentle. Yes, indeed, this is a school of magic after all. However, Snape was clearly not listening to their conversation. His gaze was locked onto the hand Thorn had used to exert force while climbing the wall. On that palm, a faint white light flashed and vanished, and the small abrasions on the skin were healing themselves at a rate visible to the naked eye. This, Snape muttered to himself, wandless magic. Or something else. He looked up at Thorn, his gaze becoming truly serious for the first time. Then, he tilted his head and said to Dumbledore beside him, "I'll go put away the ingredients first. I'll be over in a moment." Before his voice had even faded, he had turned and left, his black silhouette quickly disappearing around the corridor corner. Thorn watched the back of the big bat, his tone carrying a hint of sincere regret. Sigh, now that Professor Snape is gone, it feels like the whole castle has dimmed a bit. His head seemed like it could even reflect light. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the compound eyes of the old bee beside him subtly squeezing into a beaming expression. What's wrong? Nothing. Dumbledore's tone was light, just a reminder, it's best not to say such things in front of Severus. He paused and then added. Besides, you'll see him again very soon. We still have an interview. An interview. Thorn's expression changed instantly. But I don't even have a resume. Dumbledore unhurriedly pulled a piece of parchment from his red robes, his smile remaining kind. It's quite all right. We can make one up right now. Name. Eric Thorn. Gender. Male crossed out male. I stayed in the insect world for too long. Age. 22 years old. Education. University College London, Department of Genetics, Evolution and Environment, Medical Entomology. Well, the major is certainly relevant. Psychiatric history. In short, has a cognitive disorder where everyone is perceived as an insect. Research direction. Soul magic. Work experience. Intern researcher at the Soul Sanctuary. When he got to the last item, Thorn clearly hesitated. There really wasn't much to fill in for this. If Dumbledore hadn't strongly insisted, and if he hadn't remembered he truly did have an experience in the Hollow Nest, he wouldn't have written this down at all. The resume was finally finished. Thorn handed over the parchment and let out a soft sigh of relief. He then looked up and began to size up the interviewers opposite him. In the very center was, naturally, the old bee Dumbledore, goes without saying. Sitting beside him was Ms. Mosquito, a woman with an extremely serious aura, wearing dark green robes and a pair of thin framed glasses. At the moment, she was looking down and reading Thorn's resume word by word, her eyebrows not even twitching. Next to her was the bat Snape. He looked up from time to time, sizing Thorn up with a scrutinizing gaze, having completely lost the undisguised contempt he'd had initially. As for the reason, Thorn couldn't quite say. On the other side was a massive earthworm. She exuded a faint scent of earth, and her voice was gentle, giving off a very easy to get along with vibe. However, what truly made Thorn's mood soar instantly was the last one. A human. That's right, for the first time, a human in the truest sense had appeared here. It was a kind-looking gentleman, though he seemed barely taller than Thorn's knees, but that was enough to make Thorn want to weep with joy. When he had first seen the other person just now, if he hadn't been mindful that this was an interview and the other was an interviewer, Thorn would have almost lunged forward and given him a kiss right then and there. At this moment, Thorn was staring at that human with a face full of smiles. It was almost completely undisguised. Thorn had absolutely no resistance toward the first human to appear in his field of vision. Buzz buzz buzz, Mr. Thorn. Buzz. 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 Mr. Thorn. Sorry. Thorn snapped back to his senses and instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth. Good, I really was drooling. He immediately sat up straight and looked at Ms. Mosquito, who had just called him. She pushed up the glasses on the bridge of her nose, her small eyes behind the lenses staring at him with obvious dissatisfaction. I see it says on your resume, Ms. Mosquito's tone was calm and professional, that you once conducted research at this so-called Soul Sanctuary. Then, I would like to ask, what was your research topic at the time? Thorn thought for a moment and decided to answer truthfully, actually, our research methods are relatively simple and crude. Everyone leaned forward slightly. It involves extracting the souls of certain creatures, mainly snails, and then injecting them into our own bodies to observe the effects. The soul magic I've mastered was indeed learned during this process. His voice trailed off. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. The professors' gazes all shifted toward Dumbledore at almost the same time. To be honest, that description sounded very much like the dark arts. However, Dumbledore remained calm, merely raising a finger to point at a specific column on the resume. History of mental illness. Everyone froze for a second, then suddenly realized. Oh, so that's how it is. The interviewers nodded in unison, and the atmosphere instantly became reasonable again. Ms. Mosquito cleared her throat and continued the process. Good, then next, please demonstrate your soul magic. Thorn hesitated for a moment. Then I'll demonstrate the most basic application. He thought about it and added, could I have a knife? A small one will do. The air fell into silence once more. A few seconds later, Snape reached out expressionlessly, pulled a boning knife from his robes, and placed it in front of Thorn with a clack. The professors. The silence continued. Snape's face was dark, and he added in a cold tone. What? As a potion class professor, is it not reasonable to carry a knife at all times? Yes, very reasonable. Thorn suppressed the urge to complain and reached out to pick up the boning knife on the table. The next second, he sliced his own wrist without hesitation. Blood splattered on the spot. Wait. The insect professors stood up almost simultaneously, instinctively moving to provide first aid, but they all froze mid-motion. Their eyes were all fixed intently on the hand Thorn was using to hold the knife. There, a mass of white substance, appearing both gaseous and liquid, was slowly emerging. They were all too familiar with this form. The ghosts floating all over Hogwarts were in this exact state. How is this possible? Snape's brow furrowed deeply. Is that a soul? Thorn nodded slightly. Then, he reached out with his other hand and gently guided that wisp of white substance toward the wound. The moment the white substance touched the wound, it seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, quickly covering it. Bonding, repairing. In less than 3 seconds. The blood vanished, and the wound was as smooth as before, without even a scar left behind. The massive Ms. Earthworm's voice trembled slightly. Is it medical magic? Or, wandless casting? It's not medical magic. Snape slowly leaned back in his chair, his tone low, yet unable to suppress the emotional turbulence. It's something else. He took a deep breath. The mere ability to extract a soul from a body and use it to heal the physical form, that is already quite incredible magic. His gaze fell back on Thorn, his shock almost impossible to hide. That was a soul. In the current wizarding world, this was a field where the entrance to research hadn't even been fully opened, and wizards were struggling on this path. Yet the person before him could already pull out his own soul and use it as a tool. This was no longer a matter of talent. This was revolutionary. Albus, Ms. Mosquito pushed up her glasses, her voice clearly tinged with surprise. Where did you swindle such a talent from? Dumbledore simply smiled upon hearing this, his tone light and self-satisfied. Minerva, these eyes of mine can precisely lock onto a single booger-flavored bean among a whole handful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. That's what you call a keen eye. Thorn. So he was saying he was the booger-flavored one. He decided not to look too deeply into that metaphor. Thorn cleared his throat, bringing the focus back to business. I'd like to confirm, what is the result of this interview? Ms. Mosquito ignored Dumbledore's arrogance and stood up, her tone formal. Buzz buzz buzz, Mr. Thorn. I don't think a vote is necessary anymore. She nodded slightly. Welcome to the teaching staff of Hogwarts. From now on, the little wizards will have a new course. Dumbledore pulled out a professor's contract from somewhere, his movements so practiced it was as if he had prepared it long ago. Thorn took the contract and immediately looked down to check the compensation. Weekly salary. 150 galleons. He instinctively looked up at the professors present, wanting to ask a question. Is this compensation really fair? But as soon as the thought appeared, he suppressed it himself. Was he kidding? The other party was Albus Dumbledore, hailed as the greatest white wizard of modern times. No matter what, he wouldn't cheat him out of this little bit of salary, right? Thorn quickly signed his name at the end of the contract. The moment the pen tip left the paper, he let out a long sigh of relief. Does this mean I have a permanent position? However, when he looked up and saw Dumbledore's beaming face, he felt an inexplicable sense that he had been cheated. After the contract was finalized, the bespectacled Ms. Mosquito stepped forward and shook hands with Thorn. Let's introduce ourselves formally. Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts and Professor of Transfiguration. Then, she gestured to the massive Ms. Earthworm beside her. Pomona Sprout, Dean of Hufflepuff House and Professor of Herbology. Finally, there was the short, kind-faced human wizard. Phileas Flitwick, Dean of Ravenclaw House and Professor of Charms. Thorn was in a great mood and shook hands with both of them in turn. Especially when shaking hands with Flitwick, he was so excited he almost forgot to let go, shaking incessantly until the other man coughed lightly, bringing him back to his senses. All right, Professor Thorn. Professor McGonagall patted his arm. Let me show you around Hogwarts. After all, this is where you'll be living for a long time. With that, she grabbed Thorn, preparing to lead him directly out of the classroom. Just then, Snape, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. I have also done some research into soul magic. We can discuss it a bit later. Thorn immediately gave him an okay sign, smiling very sincerely. Of course, we mammals have to help each other out. Before his voice could fade, he was forcibly led away by Professor McGonagall. In the classroom, Sprout and Flitwick, who was rubbing his hand, turned to look at Snape simultaneously. What does mammals mean? Snape gave a cold snort, his face expressionless, with no intention of explaining. He straightened the hem of his robes and walked straight out of the classroom. Phew, having a private office too, the benefits here are really quite good. After being led around Hogwarts by Professor McGonagall, Thorn finally sat down in the lounge arranged for him, clearly much more relaxed. He leaned back in his chair, cupping the back of his head with both hands, and let out a long breath. Before his eyes, a familiar system prompt appeared. Current special environment. Hogwarts Castle 15%. Today's gains are really not small. Thorn sighed softly. But this castle is way too big. I only got 15% after one lap. But then again, there's still half a summer break left. There's plenty of time for me to explore this place thoroughly. Thinking of this, his mood couldn't help but lighten up. And, the professors here are all quite nice. As soon as he finished speaking, his brow furrowed slightly again. A previously overlooked question suddenly surfaced in his mind. But speaking of which, why is it that, in my eyes, only Professor Flitwick is human? 2 days later. So, you're saying that in your eyes, only people like Professor Flitwick or Hagrid don't appear as various insects. In the Hogwarts hospital wing, Thorn sat on a hospital bed, clutching the swollen half of his face, looking at the fly lady in a white coat before him. As she spoke, she opened a nearby medicine cabinet. Thorn nodded slightly. Yes, that's right. He added indistinctly. I was just too happy, Madame Pomfrey, so I was momentarily careless, and got attacked by his ridiculously hard biscuits, hiss. Those were his honest feelings. In this despairing, bug world, being able to encounter two beings who looked like humans was truly worth celebrating for Thorn. Even if one could barely reach his knees by jumping, and even if he stood straight, he only reached the other's elbow. Strictly speaking, neither quite met the standard of a normal human. But it was still enough to be heartening. However, on his third day in this world, this was already his third time in the hospital. One could only say that he and this place truly shared a certain destiny. Madame Pomfrey let out a thoughtful hum. Interesting. Combining your previous descriptions with the diagnosis given by the Muggle doctors. I believe your symptoms are likely not a simple mental illness. As she spoke, she skillfully took a bottle from the rows of bottles labeled, teeth-strengthening potion, in the cabinet and handed it to Thorn. Here, keep it in your mouth, don't swallow. Thorn immediately complied. The moment the liquid entered his mouth, it felt like holding a piece of cool jelly. The texture was strange, even slightly elastic, making one want to take a bite. Madame Pomfrey continued her analysis, the wings behind her vibrating unconsciously, making an annoying sound. I'm more inclined to believe that this is a manifestation of your magic going haywire. One piece of evidence is that your perception of insect forms clearly has some kind of selectivity. She closed the cabinet door and looked at Thorn. For example, Dumbledore is a bee in your eyes, and Professor Sprout is an earthworm. These all have quite clear characteristic pointers. But you don't see Professor Flitwick and Hagrid as insects. And these two have one thing in common. They both possess special half-blood lineages. Professor Flitwick has goblin blood. As for Hagrid, she paused. Though he rarely mentions it himself, most people can actually tell that he is likely a half-blood giant. The fly lady tightened her white coat. That you can distinguish them might not be an accident. It's very possible that your magic is unconsciously having a specific reaction to non-pure humans. Hearing her say this, Thorn also found it quite reasonable. For instance, the wizard healers he had seen since coming to this world seemed to be, without exception, flies. Just as some unpleasant associations surfaced in his mind, Thorn suddenly noticed the jelly-like sensation in his mouth rapidly disappearing. His eyebrows twitched, and he subconsciously opened his mouth, licking with the tip of his tongue. The teeth that had been knocked out had actually grown back completely intact, without even a trace of pain left behind. Whoa, how was this done? The wings behind Madame Pomfrey vibrated slightly, and the somewhat irritating buzzing sound rang out in the air again. That pair of densely packed compound eyes curved slightly, making an expression similar to a smile. This is the result of a potion personally improved by Professor Snape. Her tone carried obvious pride. In the field of dental strengthening, Hogwarts can be considered a leader in the entire wizarding world. Oh. Thorn was somewhat surprised. I really didn't expect. Do Hogwarts teachers and students often encounter dental problems? As he said this, images of earthworms and mosquitoes involuntarily surfaced in his mind. They didn't look like creatures that would have tooth troubles at all. Was it because of Snape? Though bats did indeed have teeth. Actually, not many. Madame Pomfrey shook her head. It's just that the absolute consumption of teeth-strengthening potion is indeed very large. She said this as she gently closed the cabinet filled with teeth-strengthening potion. Alright, you don't have to worry about your teeth anymore. If you have any other problems in the future, you can come find me anytime. She paused, a glimmer of keen interest flashing in her compound eyes. Speaking of which, I'm quite interested in your mental illness. Perhaps I can do some research in this area. Research. Thorn raised his eyebrows, clearly interested. Is there a way to cure it? If he could really solve his current problem of seeing people as bugs at every turn, let alone cooperating with research, he would be willing to kowtow to Madame Pomfrey on the spot. However, Madame Pomfrey shook her head. I can't be sure. Her tone was cautious, but I've seen a case on the St. Mungo's Healing Magic Forum about treating Muggle schizophrenia through dream intervention. Perhaps we could try, Professor Thorn. She stopped mid-sentence, suddenly stunned, and subconsciously looked back. Thorn, who had been standing there, was nowhere to be seen. The hospital wing door was slightly ajar. Phew, close, that was close. Thorn stood outside the hospital wing with lingering fear, unable to stop himself from letting out a long breath. My God, dreams. That stuff was an absolute, no-touch slide, in the hollow nest. Although he hadn't shown signs of dreaming of light before, if he really brought something like the plague to this world, the consequences would be unimaginable. The tragic state of the hollow nest was still vivid in his mind. He didn't want to see Hogwarts follow in the same footsteps at all. Just as he was thinking, a concerned voice suddenly rang out behind him. Thorn, are you all right now? Thorn turned his head and saw a burly man standing not far away. The man's face was almost completely hidden by disheveled long hair and a tangled mass of thick beard, but even so, one could see a pair of eyes like black beetles shining through the gaps in the hair. This was the man who had almost solo killed him with his cooking. Hogwarts, gamekeeper, Hagrid. The giant stepped forward with a guilty expression, his voice muffled. I'm so sorry, Thorn. I really didn't think rock cakes could actually hurt someone. Thorn waved his hand, involuntarily laughing at the expression on the giant's face. It's fine, it was my own fault too. Madame Pomfrey is quite professional, you can't tell it all now. Phew, is that so? That's great then. I won't make rock cakes anymore. Hagrid was clearly relieved, but then he showed a puzzled expression. But when I treated other professors before, they all seemed to like them. The corner of Thorn's mouth twitched involuntarily. Ah, maybe they're all just stubborn. Is that so? Just then, a slight buzzing sound cut in. I think Hagrid's cooking is actually acceptable if paired with a softening charm. Thorn looked back and immediately perked up. Professor McGonagall, good morning. Ms. Mosquito, in dark green robes was walking toward them with a book, her posture upright and serious as always. Good morning. She first nodded in response to Thorn, then looked at Hagrid. Excuse me, Hagrid, I need to speak with Professor Thorn about his course syllabus first. Oh, of course. Hagrid immediately nodded, and after saying goodbye to Thorn, he turned and left. Thorn raised his eyebrows, his tone carrying a bit of testing. Oh. Professor McGonagall, so you agree to let me teach the little wizards how to extract the souls of biological beings in class. That's one of the most important achievements in the field of soul magic. Rest assured, Professor Thorne. Professor McGonagall's tone was calm and firm. Even if the principal really stops eating sweets one day, I will not agree to write that content into the course syllabus. Thorne's expression slumped quite a bit. But looking on the bright side, at least he finally understood who those teeth-strengthening potions were prepared for. 5 minutes later, the Dean of Gryffindor's office. Professor McGonagall looked down, flipping through the lesson plan Thorne had submitted, her gaze sweeping back and forth across the pages. It was a complete teaching plan from the first year to the 7th, with a clear structure, rigorous logic, and even the course objectives and phase-specific focuses clearly marked. She looked up, her tone carrying obvious surprise. Have you worked in education before? No. Thorne answered honestly. It's just that back at the sanctum, some research required looking up records, and I often visited a local teacher archives. Over time, after seeing so much, I happened to pick up a bit. As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously fell upon Professor McGonagall's face. The proboscis of that, Ms. Mosquito, had clearly extended a bit further than before. Judging from Thorne's past experience, this usually meant satisfaction. He had once exchanged map-making insights with a mosquito cartographer. Whenever the other party got excited listening, the same change would occur. Good. Professor McGonagall nodded and closed the lesson plan. It seems that in terms of teaching methods, you won't need any additional training. However, she changed her tone. I believe the existing practical application parts can be entirely removed, keeping only the conceptual explanations. Thorne's eyes widened instantly. No, Professor, that won't do. His tone suddenly became a bit more urgent. Currently, soul magic is included in neither the OWLs nor the NEWTs. The importance of concepts in this course is roughly equivalent to the Mongolian Navy. Professor McGonagall placed the lesson plan back on the desk. The wings behind her vibrated slightly, and her proboscis retracted accordingly. But as the subject develops, it's highly likely this course will be included in the examination system in the future. She said calmly, then looked up at Thorne. Furthermore, can you explain this? In your lesson plan, the very first practical lesson says. She flipped to the corresponding page and read softly. Learn to obtain souls. Are you planning to have the students stab each other? The corner of Thorne's mouth twitched violently. Clearly, his overly crude display of ability during the interview had left Professor McGonagall with a rather unhealthy impression. Of course not. Thorne immediately explained, I won't turn the classroom into a knife fight, nor will I have students self-harm. He cleared his throat. It's just to let them try obtaining souls from ordinary bugs. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall's slender proboscis slowly extended once more. Oh. Her tone rose slightly. In other words, by using a knife to harm other creatures, one can obtain a soul. It's possible, but, where are you going? Before Thorne could finish his question, Professor McGonagall raised a hand to signal him to wait, then turned and quickly left the office. In less than a minute, she returned, carrying a small wicker basket. Thorne looked up, and his brow jumped. Inside the basket, a large swarm of pheromone caterpillars was wriggling densely. He had seen them before near Hagrid's hut. Professor, this is. Give a demonstration first. Professor McGonagall's tone was calm as she placed the basket on the table. A demonstration on how to extract a soul. As the vice principal, I need to confirm whether this process will cause harm to the students. As she spoke, she naturally handed Thorne a small dissecting knife. Then, she stared at him without blinking. The anticipation was almost written on her face. The wings behind her vibrated gently from time to time, and her proboscis extended to its maximum length, clearly full of interest in what was about to happen. Honestly, Thorne had previously thought Professor McGonagall was a serious lady, but it seemed all human pretenses were stripped away in her bug state. Thorne shrugged, preparing to act. But when his gaze actually fell on that basket of soft, constantly wriggling caterpillars, he couldn't help but pause. How should he put it? In this world full of bugs, having to personally kill a real bug now actually gave him a strange psychological burden, almost as if he were committing murder. Even though back in the Hollow Nest, the number of bugs he had killed was probably enough to stuff the entire Hogwarts castle from top to bottom several times over. Thorne shook his head, tossing those strange emotions out of his mind. The next moment, hand rose, knife fell. The movement was crisp and neat, almost identical to when he had self-harmed before. The moment the blade sliced through the caterpillar, Wisps of white light seeped from the wound, dispersing like mist before being pulled by some invisible force and quickly merging into Thorn's body. The whole process was brief and quiet. Watching this scene, Professor McGonagall's eyes instantly lit up. She nodded thoughtfully. It seems there really is a way to let them start trying to obtain souls without harming the students. Her tone shifted. However, she picked up a quill and unhesitatingly crossed out a line on Thorn's lesson plan. Regarding having upper year students participate in soul extraction activities, that is definitely not permitted. Professor McGonagall, that is the most efficient known method for utilizing the substance of souls. By injecting another's soul into one's body, one can gain a vast amount of their knowledge, and Thorn tried to argue his case, but unfortunately, his protest was ineffective. Professor Thorn. Professor McGonagall interrupted him directly. Firstly, I believe the situation you've described is itself almost impossible to achieve. Secondly, even if it could be done, from what you're saying, this is already very close to the realm of the dark arts. She gently placed the quill back on the desk. At Hogwarts, this is behavior that absolutely cannot be permitted. Instead of obsessing over such dangerous ideas, you would do better to focus your attention on more realistic and concrete issues. Thorn could only sullenly drop that dangerous thought. Honestly, he had never actually tried that path. That leader of the sanctum known as the Soul Master was the one who had eventually gone completely mad because of such experiments. But it was undeniable that the man had also gained power far beyond common sense as a result. When Thorn had dealt with him back then, it had truly taken quite some effort. It was also during the process of studying the other's spellcasting methods that he had learned an extremely important spell. So Thorn had always been thinking about whether he could adopt this highly efficient method. Only now it seemed that at Hogwarts, this path was clearly a dead end. Thorn pondered for a moment, then asked instead. Then the current problem is what to teach the upper years, right? After all, simple soul acquisition and using souls to repair the body probably won't fill an entire semester's worth of class time. Professor McGonagall seemed to be thinking as well. Her gaze fell on the surviving pheromone caterpillars in the basket, her tone casual. I remember Albus mentioned before that you seem to be able to combine magic with singing. That would also be a supplement to Hogwarts' aesthetic education. Thorn was taken aback, then his eyes lit up. Oh, right. He wore a thoughtful expression. In that case, I can make their singing sound utterly desperate. That scene would surely be beautiful. He paused, then added another sentence. Hogwarts Castle should be fairly sturdy, right? McGonagall clearly didn't catch the hidden implication and replied casually. It's all right, it was built with magic by the founders, and the fact that it's still standing after 1,000 years says a lot. Before she could finish, she suddenly frowned. However, Professor Thorn, if every soul acquisition requires killing, I'm afraid that even if we use up all of Hagrid's stock, it wouldn't last the whole semester. She paused, her tone gradually becoming serious. And the subsequent breeding would itself be a significant expense. At this point, McGonagall suddenly looked up. That sharp, slender proboscis was almost shoved into Thorn's face. So, regarding the storage of souls, is there any other way besides the human body? Thorn carefully tilted his head, dodging the sharp proboscis that almost turned him into a Kennedy. He blinked, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. There is. Through a special kind of sculpture called a soul totem. It can store souls within it, and one only needs to strike it to release the souls for use. As soon as he finished speaking, Thorn noticed. For some reason, at the mention of sculptures, the wings behind McGonagall began to vibrate frequently, making an annoying buzzing sound. Was she excited? This professor feels a bit strange. Oh. McGonagall was thoughtful. Is that so? The next second, her tone suddenly became exceptionally proactive. Then we at Hogwarts have to get some. Thorn felt confused, sensing that she seemed to be treating this thing as some kind of fun toy. He immediately added. However, those things were created by an ancient civilization. I don't possess the technology to make them. But you've seen them, right? McGonagall pressed on. Can you draw them? Thorn was stunned. 15 minutes later. Headmaster's office. Dumbledore picked up a drink that looked very much like a teeth-strengthening potion and took a sip, then stuffed a piece of toffee into his mouth. He examined the patterns on the parchment in front of him for a long time. Only then did he shift his gaze from the pile of designed sketches to McGonagall and Thorn sitting opposite him. So, he said calmly, you want to provide infrastructure in advance for the teaching of soul magic. Though in my view, this still seems to be a proposal at the conceptual stage. McGonagall nodded slightly. Yes, Albus, which is why we need to invest funding and technology into R&D. Her tone gradually took on a hint of excitement. Think about it, if our stone sentinels all had soul substances stored inside them, how how much of a deterrent they would be. What's wrong, Thorn? You look like you've eaten a giant bowl of rock cakes. 3 days after submitting the proposal to Dumbledore, in Hagrid's hut. The half-giant spoke as he handed a cup of hot tea to Thorn, who was slumped in his chair looking utterly lifeless. Hey. Thorn took the teacup and let out a low, dry chuckle. If you had to cut open living people every day and extract something from their bodies, I think you'd have this expression too. He took a sip of the hot tea, and his complexion softened slightly. People. Hagrid was stunned for a moment. Weren't you cutting pheromone caterpillars? Oh, sorry, I forgot. To you, they all look like. He stopped halfway, suddenly realizing something. His voice dropped, and an apologetic look appeared on his face. It's fine, Hagrid. Thorn waved it off, his tone light. We're friends, there's no need to apologize for that. How about a toast? All right. The two raised their teacups, clinked them gently, and shared a smile. Thorn tilted his head back for a large gulp, then let out a long sigh. But I think whether it's cutting bugs or cutting people, it qualifies as the worst possible job. Sigh. He shook his head, his voice heavy with exhaustion. And I really didn't expect it. The mosquito, oh no, Professor McGonagall, would actually get so invested in a completely clueless plan. It's like a child seeing a new toy. I can't take it, I need to take some time off. What Thorn was currently doing was acquiring and storing as many souls as possible. McGonagall's side was responsible for testing which substances could be used to stably store souls, as Thorn had described. The foundation for all these experiments was a large number of soul samples. Naturally, this dirtiest, most tiring, and most agonizing task fell to Thorn. He was so busy he didn't even have time to explore the castle. So far, his exploration of Hogwarts Castle was only around 40%, and he had barely visited other areas. Now he was waiting for Professor McGonagall to come and collect this batch of freshly harvested souls. Hagrid nodded slightly, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. Well, I actually find it a bit strange too, Thorn. It seems, only you can acquire souls like this, right? The efficiency really isn't high. Even if I were to work on caterpillars, I wouldn't get the same results as you. Thorn nodded. That's why once the term starts, I'll have to teach the students how to obtain souls. As he spoke, he suddenly snapped his fingers and changed the subject. Speaking of which, Hagrid, are you going to Diagon Alley soon? Oh, I remember now. Hagrid blinked his beetle-like black eyes. Thorn, you're going to buy a wand, aren't you? Perfect. I also need to pick up the child of an old friend and take him to Diagon Alley to buy his school supplies. It's just right for us to go together. While he spoke, he stuffed another piece of rock cake into his mouth. Crunch. The crisp sound made Thorn's teeth ache in sympathy. He subconsciously touched his own cheek and silently looked away. That's great then. Thorn gave a dry laugh. As for the wand, well, that is one of my goals. After all, with a wand, I can cast a softening charm. If I do that. He glanced at the rock cakes on the table. I might actually be able to taste this delicacy. Saying this, he picked up a rock cake, examined it solemnly for a few seconds, then very rationally put it back. But more importantly, I need to buy some bones to use as teaching aids. Thorn's tone became serious. For those of you who aren't vessels, you need tools to acquire souls. And the most suitable raw material is bone. The more powerful the creature, the better the effect. Hagrid popped another rock cake into his mouth and blinked. Vessels. What does that mean? Thorn set down his teacup and scratched his chin. Well, how to explain it? Before he could finish, a knock sounded at the door. That should be Professor McGonagall, right? Hagrid stood up and went to open the door. When the door opened, standing outside was a large, furry bat. Hagrid was taken aback. Professor Snape, are you here for the caterpillar extract? The giant bat shook its head. No, I still have plenty of stock. I'm here for Professor Thorn. As he spoke, he walked straight into the hut, carrying a container. It was one of the containers Thorn had previously given to Professor McGonagall for storing souls. Inside the container, half a jar of a white gas liquid mixture was slowly churning. Snape placed the container in front of Thorn and spoke expressionlessly. I am researching whether souls can be used in potion making, specifically, how they affect the human body and how they can be used to heal wounds. He looked up at Thorn. I have discussed this with Professor McGonagall. You should have time, shouldn't you? Thorn forcibly suppressed the urge to reach out and pet the furry fellow and nodded. No problem. That sounds much friendlier than the job of dissecting people. As he spoke, he opened the container and cupped some of the soul substance in his hands. The process of using souls to restore the body is called condensation. Thorn's voice was steady as he explained the most fundamental aspect of soul magic. This is the most basic application of soul magic. As for the technique, he looked down at the faintly flowing white light in his palm. When it comes into contact with your body, imagine yourself as a crystal, and these souls, or light shining in from the outside. As his voice fell, the soul in Thorn's palm visibly sank into his body. The giant bat frowned, scratching its chin with a forelimb that was hard to distinguish as either a wing or an arm, and fell into deep thought. Watching this scene, an inappropriate thought popped into Thorn's head. He suddenly felt like trying to throw this guy off the top of Hogwarts Castle to see if he could actually fly. Hagrid, on the other hand, very thoughtfully served Snape a plate of rock cakes, then tactfully cleared the space. I'll go get some caterpillar extract for Professor Snape. With that, he pushed open the door and left the hut. Still deep in thought, Snape subconsciously reached out and picked up a rock cake. Then he suddenly realized what a terrible mistake he had made. Snape's movement froze midair. In the end, he silently stuffed the cake into his pocket, clearly having no intention of challenging his own weakness. It seemed Snape wasn't one of those stubborn professors at Hogwarts who wouldn't admit when they were wrong. He quickly refocused his attention on the experiment. Mimicking Thorn's earlier movements, Snape cupped a small clump of soul substance from the container, the white gas liquid flowing slowly in his palm. Before actually trying, he looked up at Thorn as if for confirmation. Thorn gave him a very encouraging, almost expectant smile. Snape took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and followed Thorn's instructions, whispering in his mind. Crystal, crystal. And then, nothing happened. The soul remained quietly in his palm, with no sign of merging into his body. Let alone a crystal, he felt like he was a rock, and a rough one at that. Snape opened his eyes, his brow furrowing even tighter as he looked suspiciously at Thorn. Are you sure our students can really learn this sort of thing? I didn't grasp what you said at all. Is there some other technique? To be honest, if even a professor like him couldn't succeed on the first try, was this technique really suitable for teaching first-year students? Thorn rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. Well, there is actually a shortcut. That's how I learned it back then. He paused, then added another sentence. However, Professor McGonagall forbade me from using that method, saying it would have an adverse effect on the student's mental health. Upon hearing this, Snape let out a clearly disdainful cold sneer. Hey, McGonagall, and Dumbledore, they are always like this. If there truly is such a technique, it should be fully promoted. PFF'd. Before he could finish his sentence, the dull sound of a sharp object piercing flesh suddenly rang out. Snape stiffened abruptly and looked down in disbelief. There was a sharp boning knife. It was the very one he had given to Thorn earlier. At this moment, it was plunged straight into his abdomen. In the next instant, Thorn yanked the knife out. Blood began to gurgle out visibly. This is the trick, Professor Snape. Thorn moved almost the instant the other spoke, pressing Snape back into his chair with a clean, decisive motion. Then, he grabbed Snape's other hand and pressed it without hesitation into the container holding the soul. Come on, do as I just said. Take a deep breath. Thorn's tone was urgent yet certain. It won't hurt much longer. Listening to this extremely unreliable comfort, Snape for a moment couldn't tell if the other was teaching him a technique or trying to make him die peacefully. He gave Thorn a fierce glare, but ultimately closed his eyes. Recalling the sensation from just now. Imagine being a piece of crystal. No, this time seemed completely different from before. Snape didn't feel like a complete, transparent crystal, but more like a stone covered in cracks. Light from the outside was projecting into his interior bit by bit along those cracks. At first, the sense of emptiness and weakness brought by the continuous loss of blood still existed, as if his body was being hollowed out bit by bit. But as that light seeped in, those voids actually began to be slowly filled. Slowly. Bit by bit. The pain disappeared. Not only that, Snape could even clearly feel his body becoming stronger, as if some kind of power was returning to his system. It wasn't until a strange sensation similar to satiety emerged that he instinctively stopped this visualization. Snape slowly opened his eyes. Thorn was standing to the side, staring at him with a face full of excitement. Snape hesitantly looked down at the spot on his abdomen where he had originally been impaled. It had completely healed, not even a scar remained. He glanced sideways at the soul container. The stuff inside did indeed seem to have decreased slightly. Snape murmured softly, "Does this count as a success?" "A huge success." Thorn immediately interjected, his tone full of pride. "Didn't I say this trick would let you quickly master the condensation method? I was right." As he spoke, he stood up. "It seems I should still suggest to Professor McGonagall that students use this trick to master this ability." Before he could finish his sentence, "Professor Thorn, wait a moment, I have something to say." Snape suddenly spoke up to stop him. Thorn turned around, his smile gentle and natural. "No need for thanks, Professor Snape, it's what I should do." The corners of Snape's mouth slowly curled up, revealing a fake smile. "Yes," he said softly, "this of yours is indeed a very good technique." The next moment, Snape suddenly whipped out his wand. Sectum Sempra. A moment later. Ah! Thorn let out a miserable cry, staggering back to the wall and sliding down to sit against it. His body was now covered in large and small lacerations, his robe slashed to ribbons. Blood gushed from the wounds almost instantly, pooling into a small patch of dark red blood beneath him. Oh! Thorn bared his teeth, enduring the pain as he looked up at the giant bat in front of him, his tone carrying a hint of innocence. "We are both mammals of the same world, why so eager to fry each other? And this robe was very expensive. I bought it on credit from the principal." Snape bared his teeth coldly, his tone dark and biting. "The fact that I didn't use the Cruciatus curse on you is already a considerably kind reaction." As he spoke, he had already stepped forward, his wand giving a slight twirl in his hand, clearly preparing to cast the counter curse for Sectum Sempra for Thorn. After all, that was an extremely powerful dark arts spell. If not countered in time, even an experienced professional healer like Madame Pomfrey might be at a loss. Venting his anger was one thing, he didn't want the other to end up with a permanent disability or something. However, the moment Snape drew near, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Those wounds on Thorn's body were now shrouded in a layer of soft white light, and the flesh was healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The split skin closed back up, the bleeding stopped, and even the scars were quickly fading away. Snape's pupils suddenly constricted. Is this condensation? To actually be able to recover from wounds caused by a curse he himself had cast. His heart chilled as he instantly realized he had clearly underestimated the role of the soul in this system. If this power could be used stably, it might even be used in the future to create potions that could cure all dark arts influences. This truly was a field of infinite potential. And the person before him was also a talent of infinite potential, even if his way of doing things was a bit eccentric. Snape watched the rapidly disappearing wounds on Thorn's body and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then, he turned around, picked up the knife Thorn had set down earlier from the table, and looked down to examine it closely, his brow furrowing slightly. Ouch, this spell is quite something. It's even faster than the Mantis Lord's blades, just slightly weaker in power. Thorn muttered, having just recovered from his physical injuries. Looking up and seeing Snape's expression, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Almost reflexively, he scrambled up and quickly backed against the door, saying warily, "Professor, we're even now. If you want to add 8 more stabs, I won't be polite." Snape gave a cold snort and was just about to say something. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. A giant mosquito stood at the door. "Professor Thorn, hurry up, I need more spur." Professor McGonagall was holding a booklet, but she stopped halfway through her sentence. She frowned, looking at the scene before her, her expression undergoing a strange transformation. From serious to confused, then to eerie, and then quickly turning to shock. She saw 2 men standing in the room, covered in blood, their clothes in tatters, with bloodstains that hadn't yet dried on the floor. This was comparable to a murder scene. "You two." Professor McGonagall looked at them in disbelief. "What are you doing?" Thorne scratched the bridge of his nose, his gaze shifting slightly. Ah, this. He gave a dry laugh. It's an academic exchange. An academic exchange that requires being covered in knife wounds. Professor McGonagall, you don't understand. We mammals are all like this. If there's no life-threatening danger, the discussion just can't go on. One day later, inside the office of the Dean of Gryffindor, surrounded by over a dozen containers filled with souls, Thorne sat upright opposite Professor McGonagall's desk. Those containers were placed quietly, white gas liquid slowly churning within them. Professor McGonagall put down the self-reflection letter in her hand and raised her hand to rub her temples, her tone carrying obvious exhaustion. Professor Thorne, I will emphasize once more. She looked up at Thorne. Hogwarts is the safest place in the entire wizarding world. Therefore, our minimum requirement for course content is that it must not harm the students. She paused, clearly recalling yesterday's scene. If the situation between you and Professor Snape yesterday were to get out, I'm afraid Great Britain would have a new magic school by tomorrow. Thorne watched regretfully as Professor McGonagall picked up her quill and decisively crossed out a bolded application for classroom content on that self-reflection letter. It seemed that his original teaching plan for quickly mastering condensing techniques was completely dead. From now on, he could only let the students slowly grope their way through and master the ability of condensation step by step through the transmission of experience. McGonagall put the self-reflection letter aside and picked up another piece of paper, scanned it, and slightly raised her eyebrows. Leave of absence application. Thorne nodded immediately. Yes, Professor. I intend to go to Diagon Alley to buy some things. The principal recently advanced me my first month's salary, so I'll get a wand and new robes while I'm at it. As he spoke, he subconsciously tugged at the old, patch-covered clothes he was wearing. That, Sectum Sempra, was truly an expensive spell. In the wizarding world, this was the only wearable piece of clothing he had. McGonagall pursed her lips, her expression somewhat subtle. Actually. She looked at Thorne, her tone hesitating for a moment. Professor Thorne, as a professor, why did you write this? She pointed to the leave of absence application. If you want to leave the school, you can go at any time. Who told you that you had to fill this out? Thorne was silent for a second. Professor Snape. Oh. McGonagall nodded with an, I understand, expression. Well then, it's only right that he teases you a bit. She put the paper down and frowned again. However, will it be safe for you to go alone? She thought for a moment and added. If you need, I can arrange for several Hogwarts house elves to accompany you. No need. Thorne waved his hands hurriedly. I will use the flow network to go to the Leaky Cauldron and meet up with Hagrid. With him there shouldn't be any problem. Right, it is indeed today. McGonagall nodded slightly. Then use my fireplace directly. At this time, only the dean's office fireplace is still open. She looked up at Thorne. Do you need me to teach you how to use it? Thorne shook his head confidently. No need, Professor. I already consulted Hagrid yesterday. McGonagall nodded in acknowledgement and said no more. It wasn't until Thorne had left through the flow network and a full half hour had passed that Professor McGonagall suddenly looked up, her brow slowly tightening. Hiss. She pondered for a moment. With Hagrid's size. Meanwhile, Nocturne Alley, number 13B. Inside the gloomy and narrow shop, the air was filled with an old and pungent smell. A small, wretched-looking man stood at the counter, placed an item tightly wrapped in brown paper gently on the counter, and then raised his hand to ring the bell beside him. The crisp sound of the bell echoed through the shop. Hey, a rare guest. From behind the counter, a man with a hunched back slowly appeared. As he spoke, he used his hand to slick back his greasy, shiny hair, revealing a calculating face. What good stuff did you scavenge this time? The wretched man licked his lips, his tone carrying a hint of irrepressible excitement. Borgin, I've brought out the bottom of the trunk goods this time. He whispered, if you take this, I'm going to do a big business deal. His eyes unconsciously glanced toward the interior of the shop as if confirming something, and then he forced himself to calm down. Hey, a big business deal. Borgin sneered. Going to rob Gringotts. As he spoke, he had already reached out to unwrap the brown paper, glanced at the contents inside, and then nodded slightly. Considered good stuff. Borgin closed the paper package and looked up. What about the price? Before his voice had even faded, he noticed something was wrong. The wretched man's gaze still drifted towards the depths of the shop every now and then, and his expression became somewhat stiff. Borgen's expression instantly darkened, and his tone turned a few degrees colder. Rat, let me warn you. He said, if you dare to try anything in my shop, I don't mind selling you to a certain witch so she can grow some mushrooms on you. The wretched man immediately shrank his neck and waved his hands repeatedly. Don't worry, I definitely wouldn't dare. Only then did Borgen give a cold snort. Fine, then let's talk about the price. He changed the subject and narrowed his eyes again, but where are those two thugs who always follow you? You used to always bring two tough guys. Especially that young one, he actually dared to use an unforgivable curses. The Ministry of Magic is currently hunting him nationwide. Oh, them. The wretched man subconsciously lowered his head and gave a vague response. Hiding. You know how it is. As he spoke, he couldn't help but use his peripheral vision to look into the depths of the shop, a flash of unconcealable tension in his eyes. At the same time, in the depths of the shop, an extremely subtle magical ripple quietly spread out. Immediately after, two figures manifested in the shadows, one large and one small, as if they had been squeezed out of the air. Hey, this thing really is useful. The younger boy laughed softly. He looked to be less than 14 years old. He held a music box in his hands, the lid half open, seemingly playing music, but strangely, not a single sound was made in the shop. Borgen didn't notice this at all. The little boy's tone carried obvious pride. As expected, this thing can make people focus on the things right in front of them. The older boy shook his head and lowered his voice. Stop talking nonsense, move fast. Time is limited. As he spoke, he had already pulled out an inconspicuous leather wallet from his waist. That wallet looked like it could only hold some change at most, but when he gave it a shake, the dark arts items on the counter were stuffed into it one after another. Whether it was heavy metal implements or giant magical artifacts, all of them sank into the wallet without any hindrance, as if it were connected to an infinitely extending space. And before each time he acted, the little boy would first wave his wand and cast a simple counter curse on those items to ensure that the attached dark arts would not backfire on them for a short time. Tisk, as expected of the largest dark arts item shop. The little boy said excitedly in a low voice while he was busy. If these things were taken to the black market to be sold, the gold coins we'd get would be enough for us to swim in. Although the older boy didn't respond, the slight arc at the corner of his mouth that he couldn't suppress had already exposed his current mood. The little boy also wanted to stuff a large pile of magic books into that wallet, but he was stopped by the older boy. Hey, have you ever seen a thief steal books? Can stealing books even be considered stealing? These things aren't worth anything. The little boy nodded, put the books back, and continued casting spells. The two continued to scavenge further inside and soon passed a long-abandoned old fireplace. The little boy stopped and tried to cast a counter dark arts spell on a necklace by the fireplace, but as soon as the wand lit up, it was repelled by a strong backlash. Tisk, the dark arts on this are too strong. The two looked at each other, both feeling a bit troubled. Just then, thud, a dull sound of a heavy object hitting the ground suddenly rang out. The two turned their heads almost simultaneously. They saw that in that old fireplace, the green flames that had not yet completely dissipated were slowly flickering, and in front of the fireplace, a man covered in coal ash and in a wretched state was struggling to climb up from the ground. Pa! The man spat out the ash from his mouth while cursing in a low voice. Why is the wizard's mode of transportation so filthy? It's far inferior to the dream gate. He patted the dust off his body, his tone full of disgust. I don't know when I'll be able to get that thing again, will the system give it? What he said was not quite understood by the two, but it didn't prevent them from knowing that this was definitely a threat. The little boy had already subconsciously raised his wand, his eyes cold. The older boy, however, suddenly reached out and pressed down on his wrist, shouting in a low voice, calm down. The man covered in coal ash seemed to have noticed the movement and looked up. He was stunned for a moment, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two of them and the mess of goods all over the floor. Then, his eyebrows slowly arched. Thieves. As soon as this word was spoken, the older boy let go of the little boy's hand. That little boy gave a loud shout. Avada Kedavra. The next moment, a blinding green light suddenly flashed. The light of the curse hit the man's chest without any hindrance, and the strong impact directly sent him flying, crashing heavily into the fireplace. Bang! The man's body disappeared into the depths of the fireplace, not even having time to let out a scream, and then there was no more movement. The depths of the shop returned to a dead silence. The little boy's chest was heaving violently, and his wand was still held stiffly in midair. He stood in a daze for a few seconds as if he hadn't yet recovered from the scene just now. Until the older boy stepped forward and raised his hand to pat him on the shoulder. It's okay. His voice was deliberately lowered, he's already dead. The little boy turned his head mechanically, his throat tight. Really? He subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Should we check? The older boy shook his head, but his gaze remained vigilantly directed toward the outside of the shop. Borgen's voice could still be heard faintly. He seemed to still be bargaining with that wretched man, clearly not having noticed anything that happened here. No need. His tone was certain, this is the killing curse. Up until now, there has only been one person who could survive this spell. Don't overthink it. Only then did the little boy slowly lower his wand, but his eyes were still empty and staring as if his soul had been sucked out by something. The older boy glanced at him, his brow slightly furrowed. Forget it, you rest for a bit. I'll do the rest. After he finished speaking, he turned around and continued to stuff those dark arts items into the wallet one by one, his movements skillful and calm. While the little boy just stood there, looking at his back, his fingers still trembling slightly uncontrollably. This was the first time he had killed someone. Before, he had only used this spell to scare people. He hadn't expected this day to come so soon. That kind of shock, blankness, and late-coming fear intertwined, making his thinking become sluggish. After a long while, he finally took a deep breath and was about to step forward to help. Suddenly, a slight but clear sound came from behind him. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The two turned their heads almost simultaneously. They saw that the man who was supposed to be dead actually stood up shakily from the fireplace. He reached out and wiped away a nosebleed, the bloodstains looking particularly eye-catching on his coal ash-covered face. The next moment, he looked up, a fierce light showing in his eyes as he stared fixedly at the two people in front of him. Avada Kedavra. The man grinned, revealing a ferocious smile. I'll blow your fool head open. As soon as his voice fell, a small white soul began to condense in front of him. Impossible. How are you still alive? The younger boy cried out, his voice filled with disbelief. Never mind that. The older boy practically roared, act now. Hurry up and do it. The next moment. Boom. A powerful shockwave swept out from the depths of the shop, and only then did Borgen on the other side of the counter seem to realize that strangers had appeared in his store. Of course, there wasn't much of a person to be seen now. Because the entire shop had been completely pierced through. The space originally filled with countless dark arts items was torn apart by a perfectly straight trajectory. In the center of the shop, a passageway, still radiating high heat remained, the ground charred black, the air sizzling. And at the end of this mess, only one person was still standing. The man covered in soot. He looked down at his hands, his expression dazed, as if even he couldn't understand what had just happened. I did this. Thorn currently felt that. This tourist experience, coming to Diagon Alley was absolutely terrible. First, this full mode of transport, not only spewing him out of a fireplace but also covering him in soot. His already worn clothes were completely ruined. Right now, he looked exactly like a tramp commonly seen in Nocturne Alley. Thorn was already in a bad mood. And when he looked up and saw the situation clearly, his expression instantly became even more spectacular. Over there stood two very familiar-looking people. No, two bugs. Thorn had seen this type of creature on the outskirts of Hollownest. They were the swarming, treasure-scavenging, thief bugs. He had even traded with one of them before. A spider friend had told him that as long as these annoying bugs were freely active, no scattered geo or treasure could ever be considered safe. But then, they weren't stealing his things. Thorn hadn't originally planned to intervene, and was even thinking of casually asking, how do I get to the leaky cauldron? After all, Hagrid had said to meet him there. But he never expected. These two bugs, oh no, these two people, without a word, directly hit him with a spell. Although, the spell didn't seem all that powerful, it just knocked him flying and gave him a nosebleed. Thorn felt he had to teach them a lesson. However, the next instant, he also realized. The other side had wands. He didn't even have a bone nail. Go for hand-to-hand combat. That would be too stupid. But, he did have spells. Thorn immediately acted. And then, it turned into the current situation. Looking at the shop pierced through by a single strike, Then looking down at his own hands, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Why is this spell's power so absurdly strong in reality? Vengeful spirit. Condensing the soul within the body, guiding its inherent negative emotions, allowing them to release immense destructive power in an extremely short time. For Thorn, this was hardly a profound magic. In Hollownest, it was just one of the conventional methods used to clear a path. This spell was taught to him by a talkative snail responsible for guarding the ancestral graves in Hollownest. In fact, Thorn had learned various new magics from quite a few snails. However, this was probably the only one personally taught to him by a living snail. Back when dealing with those bugs, the power of this spell was nowhere near its current level. Thorn stood in place, looking at the scene before him, his brow slightly furrowed. The smaller thief bug had half its body gone, not even able to let out a scream. The larger thief bug had lost its wand and an entire arm, and was now lying on the floor emitting a piercing wail. A bulging leather wallet rolled from beside him, finally stopping at Thorn's feet. The shop was in complete disarray. Broken shelves, overturned counters, charred ground, and the lingering magical aftershocks in the air. At the doorway stood a dumbfounded cricket, and another thief bug clearly scared out of its wits. Outside the shop, many bugs were poking their heads in, looking and chattering. Thorn looked down at his hand, then at this post-disaster scene. Could it be because I scaled it up proportionally? So the power increased along with it. While he was still seriously pondering this, he suddenly heard a sharp incantation. Petrificus totalis. Thorn looked up. He saw the cricket had already raised its wand, a beam of spell light accurately hitting the only remaining standing thief bug, which immediately stiffened and fell straight down. The cricket snorted coldly, its tone gloomy. Really had the nerve to target me, very well. Then, it glared fiercely at the bugs watching the commotion outside the door. The next moment, those onlookers scattered like frightened birds and beasts, as if nothing had happened. The cricket took a deep breath, its expression quickly softening, then turned to Thorn with a beaming smile. This, sir. Thank you very much for helping me deal with these little rats. Thorn was taken aback by this sudden change in attitude and pursed his lips. Ah, you don't suspect I'm with them. Of course not. The cricket waved its hands repeatedly, its tone so natural it seemed utterly accustomed. I know, there are always people heading to the leaky cauldron who end up here by mistake for various reasons. Other shops encounter this situation often too. Hearing this, Thorn nodded in understanding. Oh, so the other party really wasn't encountering this for the first time. As long as they didn't take him for a thief, that was fine. He glanced at the mess on the floor and asked with a slightly awkward tone. Then, these bugs, oh no, people, should we call the police? The cricket immediately shook its head, shaking it with great firmness. No need to trouble yourself. I'll handle the aftermath, you just go about your business. As it spoke, it casually picked up the leather wallet on the floor, right by Thorn's feet, and firmly stuffed it into Thorn's hand. Thorn didn't even have time to react. The next moment, he was half pushed, half guided to the shop entrance. By the time he came to his senses, he was already standing on the street of Nocturne Alley. And the door to that shop slowly closed behind him. Thorn looked down at the wallet in his hand, then up at the gloomy alleyway. Does this count as passively doing a heroic deed? Borgin watched the man leave. Not until his figure completely disappeared at the alley entrance did he raise a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He looked back inside the shop. A mess everywhere, shattered shelves, charred marks, and residual warmth not yet dissipated. Borgin couldn't help but shiver. Good grief. Such a person had coincidentally barged into his shop. A single spell causing this level of destruction, terrifying, absolutely terrifying. What made Borgin's heart pound even more was the other party had just performed wandless magic. Borgin clicked his tongue, muttering to himself. This level of magical skill was probably several tiers above those Aurors at the Ministry of Magic, right? Frightening, truly frightening. Borgin only hoped he would never encounter this character again. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, not letting the other party extort him on the spot. He shook his head, forcing himself to calm down, and began cleaning up the utterly ruined shop. However, not long after. Sir. Borgin's movements froze stiffly. He turned around almost rigidly, only to see the man standing at the doorway, having returned unnoticed. He was back. Borgin's heart sank. Sir, is there something you need? Thorn scratched the tip of his nose somewhat sheepishly, his tone carrying a hint of awkwardness. Sorry, I forgot to ask that. I have 3,000 galleons in my safe, I can get them for you right now. Borgin blurted out almost reflexively. Thorn was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. No, not that. I'm not here for money. Borgin's gaze grew increasingly wary. Thorn hurriedly explained. I just wanted to ask for directions. Excuse me, how do I get to the leaky cauldron? Borgin stared at Thorn's face, which looked exceptionally sincere, fell silent for a few seconds, then revealed a complex and subtle expression. Sir, please stop testing me. The shop really only has 3,000 galleons. Thorn. He scratched his head somewhat speechlessly. No, I really just want directions. I genuinely don't know how to get to the leaky cauldron. The light gradually faded from Borgin's eyes. Silence. After a long while, he sighed, as if completely resigned to his fate. All right, you've tested me out. Actually, under the counter, there's another 1,000 galleons. Thorn's eyes instantly widened. No. You've misunderstood. I'm really not here to rob you. Borgin looked at him, his tone full of collapse and helplessness. Sir, please stop testing me, really. In the British wizarding world, even if someone doesn't know where their mother lives, nobody doesn't know where the leaky cauldron is. Half an hour after asking for directions. On the street of Diagon Alley. Thorn stood blankly in place, watching the snails, mosquitoes, and stag beetles in robes coming and going all around him, feeling a shiver run down his spine. He had encountered the biggest problem since arriving in this world. It was even harder to deal with than the initial interview at Hogwarts. He was lost. Thorn raised his hand and scratched his head, unable to help but curse under his breath. Getting lost really runs in the family. Getting lost back in Hollownest was one thing, but how come I'm still getting lost in human society? This was also the fault of that cricket earlier who didn't explain the directions clearly at all. By the time Thorn realized and wanted to turn back to ask for directions again, that shop had already closed. Come to think of it. The way that cricket looked at him at the time was as if it was about to be devoured alive the next second, even willing to hand over all its gold coins. Thinking of this, Thorn couldn't help but sigh. It seems not every cricket values gold coins more than life. Back in Hollownest, he had seen a cricket who loved money more than its own life, reportedly even sleeping hugging its money bag. But then, it's not like there was no gain at all. At the very least, he managed to explore Diagon Alley a bit. Thorn lowered his head to glance at the system panel. Current special environment. Diagon Alley. Exploration progress. 28.9%. Thorn nodded. At least this street is clearly laid out here, with no entry areas, unlike Street Mungo's over there, where you can see a bunch of areas but can't enter. After walking a while longer, Thorn unknowingly arrived in front of the street named Nocturne Alley. He stopped beside a pure white building. It seemed there were some creatures inside that building that weren't insects. They looked dark, about the same size as Professor Flitwick, but well, they didn't look as kind-faced as that professor. But after just a glance, Thorn instinctively judged. This place, no matter how you look at it, doesn't seem like a pub. So he didn't go in. Thorn looked left and right, starting to hesitate about whether to ask someone for directions again. At the very least, he needed to locate the leaky cauldron first, have a clear anchor point, before he could proceed with further actions. He was even beginning to seriously consider whether to pick up his old trade of map-making again. Back in Hollownest, it was because he kept getting lost that he taught himself to draw maps, and even became good friends with another map merchant because of it. He looked down at his current appearance. Tattered clothes, covered in coal dust. Quite a few people on the street had already turned to look at him. Thorn was even starting to worry a bit. If he kept wandering around like this, what if someone really called the police, accusing him of vagrancy and causing trouble, getting him arrested for vagrancy? That would be awkward. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, a loud and familiar voice rang out on the street. Professor Thorn, what are you doing here? Thorn was startled and immediately turned around. The next moment, he felt as if a great weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He saw Hagrid, looking pale, standing in front of that white building, waving vigorously at him. Thorn almost reflexively quickened his pace to meet him. Then, without hesitation, he gave Hagrid a heavy hug. Hey, mate, you have no idea what I just went through. Before he could finish, a large amount of vomit landed directly on Thorn. 10 minutes later. Hagrid, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Thorn gritted his teeth, putting back on his patched up, finally cleaned robe, his tone gloomy. Otherwise, even if Merlin himself came, I'd take you down with me. Now I smell like rock cakes all over. Hagrid looked ashen-faced, gazing at Thorn with guilt, his lips somewhat pale. Sorry, Eric. It's all the goblins' fault, their carts can't sell. Burp. Before he could finish, he dry heaved again. Seeing him in this state, Thorn immediately lost the mood to press for responsibility further, and could only speechlessly pat his back. Hey, are you carsick? Maybe you should have some water first. Hagrid nodded weakly. Okay. I'll go to the leaky cauldron for a drink first. He caught his breath and added. Could you take care of Harry, take him to buy a wand? After saying that, he staggered off towards the other end of the alleyway. Thorn was taken aback. Harry. He instinctively looked down. And then, he saw a small, skinny, bespectacled little, stag beetle. It looked like a stag beetle, with a single long, upturned horn, 6 long legs, short white whiskers around its face, and a smooth carapace. Countless memories instantly flashed through Thorn's mind. That last stag beetle. Oh, no, it should be the old stag. Images of traveling together through the Hollownest Kingdom surfaced. The other had told him about all sorts of sights seen as a beetle tasked with the kingdom's transportation. Eric. Professor. Thorn finally snapped back to reality. The little stag beetle in front of him was looking up at him, expression somewhat awkward. Thorn smiled slightly, crouched down, and met its gaze at eye level. Harry, you're Hagrid's friend's child, right? He mentioned you to me. He said he was very much looking forward to meeting you, said you were a big surprise sent by Merlin. Thorn thought for a moment and added. The kind he wanted to see more than a dragon. Hearing this, Harry instinctively glanced at Hagrid's receding figure, and the awkwardness on his face lessened considerably. Thank you, Professor. But Hagrid is the real surprise. He said seriously. When he kicked the door open and told me I was a wizard, it was probably the happiest moment of my life. Kick the door open. Thorn raised an eyebrow slightly. What did you all do? He paused, then waved his hand. Never mind, let's not talk about that. Thorn refocused his attention on Harry, sizing him up. Looking at you, you must be quite good at running, right? The stag beetle's build looked quite agile. That, I'm not really sure. Harry scratched his head. But I'm very good at running away. When my cousin and his friends chase and try to hit me, I can always get away. Hearing this, Thorn fell silent for a long while. He looked at the little bug in front of him, as if gradually outlining the silhouette of a human form before his eyes. Then, he smiled and stood up. All right. Once you get to Hogwarts, no one will do that anymore. Because, I won't allow such things to happen. Saying this, he reached out and took the other's little bug hand. Come on, little wizard. Let's go buy a wand. Harry was stunned for a moment. Then, he nodded vigorously, revealing a smile. However, 3 minutes later. In the alleyway of Diagon Alley. Both of them simultaneously stopped, looking at the pure white building that had appeared before them again. This place, it seems they were just here 3 minutes ago. Harry blinked, looking up at Thorn. Professor. You're not lost, are you? How could I be? Thorn immediately denied it. I just need a little time, to perfect the map. He said this while looking down at a piece of parchment, scribbling quickly with a quill. Harry fell silent for a moment. Are you really a Hogwarts professor? But the other guy seemed pretty cool when he made that promise just now. 10 minutes later. Thorn and Harry finally stopped in front of a shop. It was a small, dilapidated storefront that looked as if it might be blown over by the wind at any moment. The golden letters on the sign above the door were faded and peeling, but the words could still be barely made out. Ollivander, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. In the dusty window, on a faded purple cushion, lay a single wand. Thorn nodded. Asking for directions was indeed more reliable. As he spoke, he glanced down at the few extra nuts now in his hand, his mouth twitching slightly. Though the price was a bit steep. While asking for directions earlier, a passing woman had mistaken him for a beggar. Not only had she pressed a few copper coins into his hand, but she had also earnestly advised him. Find a proper job, don't bring a child out to beg. Thorn had been utterly speechless at the time. But thinking about it calmly, His own worn, patched, coal dust-stained robes, combined with the oversized, sack-like clothes Harry was wearing. Looked at objectively, they did indeed give off that impression. Still, the good news was, they had finally found the right place. And the map had been updated significantly, which could be seen from the exploration progress. Thorn glanced down at the system panel in his mind. The notification that had just appeared still lingered in his vision. Ding. Current Special Environment Exploration Progress, 30%. Reward. Soul Vessel Fragment *1, issued. Currently held. 3. Current Special Environment. Diagon Alley, 42.1%. Another Soul Vessel Fragment. 3 pure white fragments had already appeared in his mental space. Thorn did some quick mental math. Adding to his previous stock, he could now fuse 2 of them to increase his soul capacity. But he quickly dismissed the idea. This was a public street. What if, like back in Hollow Nest, he started floating during the fusion process? That would be a real spectacle. Better to wait. In contrast, Harry's attention was clearly not on any of this. The little stag beetle's eyes were shining, his gaze firmly locked on the wand shop before him, his excitement practically written on his face. Professor, let's go in quickly. This is the last shop. Professor. Harry looked up, only to find Thorn's gaze had already bypassed Ollivander's shopfront, staring fixedly at a store across the street. In that shop's window, something exceptionally eye-catching was on display. A massive tooth. The tooth was absurdly large and extremely ferocious in shape. He instinctively felt it was likely the tooth of some large magical creature. Like a dragon. After all, he couldn't think of any other animal that could grow such an exaggerated tooth. Just then, Thorn suddenly crouched down. He placed the bag of gold coins Hagrid had given him earlier directly into Harry's hands. Here, Harry. You go into the wand shop first. Don't wander off. I'm going to buy something. I'll be right back. Without waiting for Harry's response, Thorn turned and scurried off towards the shop that looked like a bone material store. Harry looked down at the bag of gold in his hands, then up in the direction Thorn had disappeared, scratching his head. For some reason, he felt like he might have been taken advantage of a little. But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the messy thoughts. Full of anticipation, he reached out and pushed open the old wooden door. Inside Jim's bone material shop, the apprentice, Danny, let out a big yawn, rubbed his sore eyes, and watched the bustling crowd passing by outside with boredom. He stretched, his bones making a slight cracking sound. Looks like another day without business. Danny muttered to himself. Might as well close up early, the boss isn't in today anyway. If this keeps up, this shop is really going to shut down for good. Before he could finish, he suddenly froze. A figure had appeared in the shop, which had been completely deserted just moments before. A man. The man walked in, didn't even glance at the counter, and headed straight for the most prominent spot in the store. There, a huge dragon's tooth was displayed, gleaming with a cold, white luster under the magical lights. Danny narrowed his eyes. He looked the man up and down, his gaze lingering for a moment on the patched, coal dust-stained robes. He didn't hesitate much before reaching a conclusion. Danny stood up and walked over to the man in a few steps. Sir, please wait a moment. The man seemed to snap out of his reverie, blinked in surprise, then instinctively smoothed his hair and patted his shoulders, brushing off the coal dust. Oh, sorry, Beetle, no, sir. He seemed to have misspoken and immediately corrected himself. I was too engrossed just now, didn't have time to greet you. Actually, I came in because I wanted. I know. Danny interrupted him expressionlessly. I'm very good at reading people. As he spoke, he directly pulled 3 nuts from his pocket and, with practiced ease, stuffed them into the other man's patched robe. All right, that's all. The man's expression instantly stiffened. And no, that's not right, I'm not here to. Not enough. Danny shook his head slightly, as if he had anticipated this. He pulled out a silver sickle and stuffed it into the man's pocket as well. All right, that's the most I can give. He paused, his tone even taking on a hint of industry recognition. But, you do have more restraint than most in your line of work. Last time, a werewolf named Remus wandered in here, also stammering. You're dressed similarly, and your expressions are exactly the same. He was sent off with 5 nuts. Thorn looked down at the extra money in his pocket, then up at the great beetle before him who looked utterly convinced he was right, falling into a brief silence. Good grief. He was being mistaken for a beggar again. Thorn wasn't sure whether to explain first or do some self-reflection. No. It seemed he really needed to get himself some new clothes, and fast. Otherwise, if this trend continued, every time he entered a shop, people would just hand him money first. That would be too. Actually, maybe that's not so bad. Thorn shook his head. Anyway, for the current situation, he needed to clarify things first. He took a deep breath, his tone becoming more serious. Yes, sir. Actually, I'm also quite good at reading people. As he spoke, Thorn reached down and untied the pouch at his waist. In the next moment, a golden light spilled from the opening of the pouch. It was the distinctive gleam of galleons, particularly dazzling in the dimly lit bone material shop. The great beetle had still worn a look of disdain. But the moment that light hit his eyes, his expression froze solid. In the next instant, his eyes went wide, his wings snapped open with a whoosh behind him, and his whole body leaned forward half a step as if by reflex, his hand almost reaching out. Thorn, quick as lightning, immediately retied the pouch. He raised an eyebrow. Well, clearly, a Hogwarts professor's monthly salary, even in cash form, had undeniable impact. The great beetle visibly swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. Then his wings vibrated furiously, and his tone did a complete 180. You read people so well. Your eye for people is really sharp. Before he had even finished speaking, the great beetle had already sidestepped to the side, his face covered in a professional, enthusiastic smile. Come, sir, this way please. Feel free to pick any bone material in our shop. If you have special requirements, we also accept custom orders. Leg bones, shoulder blades, ribs from all kinds of magical creatures, we have stable channels and guaranteed quality. After Thorn finished listening, he shook his head slightly. No. He raised his hand and pointed to the most prominent spot in the shop. I want that one. The great beetle looked over following his finger and was immediately stunned. That is. The smile on his face stiffened visibly, revealing a bit of difficulty. That is a dragon tooth from a Ukrainian ironbelly. One of the largest dragon species currently known. However, this dragon tooth is not for sale. Before he could finish his sentence. Sir, what are you doing? The great beetle's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Because while he was talking, Thorn had already reached out and picked up the massive dragon tooth directly. The movement was so effortless it was as if he had just picked up a wooden stick. He even gave it a couple of casual swings in the air. The moment Thorn gripped the dragon tooth, his eyebrows twitched slightly. That familiar tactile sensation returned. Cold, hard, yet carrying a certain wonderful sense of resonance. This bone seemed to be forming a connection with him. It was like his own limbs had extended another segment. Thorn subconsciously tightened his grip on the tip of the dragon tooth, leaned forward slightly, and began to build up power. And to the side. Inside Jim's bone material shop, the great beetle watched with wide eyes. Wisps of white light actually began to converge around the man. The dragon tooth trembled slightly in his hand, as if it had been awakened. Thorn's lips moved slightly, murmuring in a low voice. Great slash. However, in the next moment, he suddenly snapped his eyes open, startled. Oh, sorry. Thorn looked around somewhat dazed, then realizing something, he immediately withdrew his aura. I forgot I was in a shop. He looked down at the great beetle. Are you alright? The great beetle had shrunk under a nearby table, with only half his head showing, his wings still trembling uncontrollably. Thorn immediately showed a slightly awkward smile and hurried forward. Sorry, force of habit. He reached out to help the other out from under the table. You weren't scared, were you? I'm fine, sir. The great beetle swallowed hard, trying to make his voice sound normal. It's just about the price. It's fine. Thorn waved his hand, his tone relaxed. I know, I definitely can't afford this thing. The beetle was stunned, then immediately showed a, just as I thought, expression. However, in the next moment, Thorn changed the subject. But I know someone. He can definitely handle it. The beetle blinked and asked subconsciously, who? Thorn smiled slightly, a smile that carried a hint of taking things for granted. Put the bill on Dumbledore's tab. The air went quiet for a moment. Thorn continued, his tone actually quite serious. And, there will be a steady stream of orders after this. The students of all Hogwarts will need bone products like this. These. He patted the bulging pocket of gold coins at his waist. Will serve as the deposit. The beetle opened his mouth, clearly wanting to say something. But Thorn had already reached out first and pressed down on his shoulder. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Just give me a 1% discount. Oh no, a 1% kickback when the time comes. He laughed first. I'm not greedy, haha, just kidding. But seriously, I don't think Hogwarts is so poor that it can't afford this little bit of money. Can you contact Headmaster Dumbledore? The Great Beetle was clearly a bit dazed and answered hesitantly. Ah, my teacher should know him. Then that's perfect. Thorn nodded with satisfaction. Tell your teacher to let Headmaster Dumbledore know. This money can be allocated from Professor McGonagall's new project. After saying this, his movements were crisp and decisive. He placed the bag of gold coins on the counter, then bent over and hoisted the massive dragon tooth directly onto his shoulder. It was as if it wasn't a dragon's fang, but just a slightly heavy piece of wood. Then he walked out of the shop without looking back, leaving Danny alone, standing there in a daze. After several seconds, Danny suddenly snapped back to his senses, slumped back into his chair, grabbed a quill, and spread out a piece of parchment. No. He must write to inform his teacher immediately. A robber had come to the shop. However, just as the tip of the pen touched the paper, his movement stopped again. Danny frowned, becoming hesitant. That man seemed serious. And just now, he had indeed seen it. Something was converging toward that dragon tooth. More importantly, his teacher seemed to really know Professor Dumbledore. Danny was silent for a moment and eventually sighed. Better confirm it first. He looked up and out the window. He saw the man carrying the massive dragon tooth, walking casually into the wand shop across the street. Thorn carried the massive dragon tooth and walked toward the wand shop. With the dragon tooth in hand, his mood was naturally not bad, and he even unconsciously hummed a tuneless little melody. This dragon tooth had been consecrated. In his hands, it could now be considered a bone nail. Next, he could begin practicing the techniques of the bone nail. However, such a large, whole dragon tooth obviously couldn't be used directly, it still needed to be processed first. Thorn had mastered some preliminary techniques for making bone nails. It would be best if it could be ground into the shape of the bone nails he used in his previous life, which would be more comfortable to use. Although the forging of more advanced bone nail weapons was a blind spot in his knowledge, it was hard to say whether he could obtain necessary upgrade materials like pale ore or pale oil in this world. While pondering these questions, Thorn pushed open the door of Ollivander's wand shop. Ding-ling. In the next moment, he bumped into a glowing, red face. Harry was excitedly holding a new wand, almost jumping as he turned around. Professor Thorn. Look, my new. Mid-sentence, he stopped abruptly. Harry's gaze went past Thorn's shoulder and landed on the massive dragon tooth that almost reached the ceiling, and he froze. This is. He looked hesitantly at Thorn, then at the ferocious dragon tooth, and only after a long while did he squeeze out a sentence. Did you go and rob someone? Thorn rolled his eyes. Of course not, he said, preparing to explain. This thing is a wand. A light voice, yet one carrying irrepressible excitement, came from the depths of the shop. Thorn and Harry were both startled and looked toward the sound. They saw an old man almost jogging out, his movements faster than one would expect for someone of his age. His face was flushed, his breathing slightly rapid, and his very pale, large eyes shone startlingly in the dim shop, like two moons hanging in the night. Ollivander. His gaze was locked dead onto the dragon tooth on Thorn's shoulder, his voice trembling. Merlin's belt. He almost cried out. This is simply a masterpiece of nature. I have never seen such a wand. Thorn and Harry glanced at each other. There was a brief silence in the air for a few seconds. Then, Thorn spoke somewhat hesitantly. To be honest, I haven't seen a wand in this shape either. Aren't your wands all like chopsticks? This thing is almost like a morning star, how on earth can you tell it's a wand? That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone. This is Fantasy Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
After escaping the Hollow Realm, he became a Magic Academy Proffeser. Part 2. 10 minutes later. Thorn and Harry sat side by side on chairs at the entrance of the wand shop, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Thorn felt a strange sense of déjà vu for some reason. He felt as if he had become a parent called in for a talk, while the slender, busy termite wandmaker in front of him was like a teacher, looking down to check homework. Ollivander was circling that giant dragon tooth incessantly. He tapped it occasionally, leaned in close, and stroked it every now and then, his movements focused and obsessed. To an outsider, it might look like this termite had found a new, exceptionally hard piece of food. Worse still, he kept muttering exclamations under his breath. That tone made Thorn involuntarily recall 2 days ago. The expression on Professor McGonagall's face when he had just handed her the blueprints for the soul-storing statue. Anyway, it was that kind of, I've found something really fun, look. Thorn tilted his head slightly toward Harry and said casually. Son, oh, no, Harry, did you get your new wand? Harry nodded with a smile and carefully pulled a long, thin wooden rod from his waist. Holly, he said earnestly and excitedly. The core is phoenix feather, 11 inches long. Mr. Ollivander said it's very supple and has a very close connection with me. Thorn raised an eyebrow. Ah, he really couldn't see what connection there could be between these materials and a stag beetle. Harry clearly cherished it, stroking the wand gently before looking up at Ollivander, who was still immersed in his research, and the dragon tooth receiving his full attention. Professor, I didn't expect the place across the street to be a wand shop too. He hesitated, his voice filled with sincere admiration. Your wand is truly special. What is its structure? Thorn pressed his hand to his forehead. Ah, dragon, the tooth of a Ukrainian ironbelly, he said. It's about 45 inches long. As for the core, I wouldn't know. As soon as he finished speaking, Harry's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, he couldn't help but exclaim, then the wands from that shop across the street are way cooler than this one. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he asked seriously, can a wizard have 2 wands? Thorn rolled his eyes and tapped the little stag beetle's head. Hey, listen to your professor. This isn't a wand at all, it has its own specific name. This is a wand. Suddenly, a faint but exceptionally firm voice rang out again. Thorn looked up to see the termite, Ollivander standing before them, struggling to hold the massive dragon tooth. His 2 pincers were trembling uncontrollably, and the whole insect looked like it was about to collapse. Thorn stood up immediately and hurried to take the dragon tooth. Ah, termite, oh, no, Mr. Ollivander, you could have just told me. Ollivander leaned against a nearby table as if a massive weight had been lifted, gasping for air. Incredible. His voice trembled, but his eyes were startlingly bright. No core, just the body itself producing such an effect. As he spoke, he couldn't help but reach out again, gently stroking the surface of the dragon tooth. The closest I've ever come to a finished product was an oak one, 16 inches long, slightly curved. He paused, his tone suddenly dropping. It was later snapped in half. Thorn blinked. This one of yours must have taken a long time to make, right? Ah, Thorn thought for a moment. Not long, about 2 or 3 seconds. Silence followed. Ollivander froze for a moment, then suddenly burst into loud laughter. There was even a hint of exhilaration in that laughter. Thorn silently assessed the man's age, wondering if he should reserve a bed for him at St. Mungo's in advance. He and Harry exchanged a glance, then he spoke seriously. Sir, I'm telling the truth. Don't you think this dragon tooth looks familiar? It's actually supposed to be across the street from you, it's been there for a long time. Hearing this, Ollivander instinctively looked across the street. At first, the smile hadn't faded from his face. But gradually, the smile froze. The dragon tooth. His voice grew quieter. Yes, the dragon tooth. The next moment, his eyes flew wide open. This is impossible. It was still there yesterday. Ollivander whipped his head around, staring intently at Thorn. How did you do it? Thorn scratched his head and hoisted the dragon tooth back onto his shoulder. Ah, just a squeeze. A squeeze. Yes, just a squeeze. The termite's eyes seemed to lose all light at that moment. He stepped back slowly, leaning his back against the table, looking as if his worldview had taken a direct hit. Beside him, Harry was also shocked that Professor Thorn had made a wand himself, but he didn't quite grasp its value, so his reaction was a beat slower. Seeing Ollivander looking like his soul had been sucked out, he couldn't help but tug at Thorn's trouser leg. Professor, what's wrong with him? Thorn tilted his head, thought for a moment, and explained seriously. I think it's roughly equivalent to When you're being chased by your cousin for a beating, you suddenly realize he's driving a truck today. Harry's face went pale instantly. Oh my god. That's truly despairing. It took a while longer before Ollivander seemed to recover from the collapse of his worldview. He took a deep breath, stood up straight, and looked at Thorn with piercing eyes. All right, I understand. Young man, do you have a job? Thorn blinked. I do. Is the pay high? The salary is actually okay, about. I'll pay double. Thorn was stunned. But, I haven't even said how much yet. It doesn't matter. Ollivander said decisively, whatever they're paying, I'll double it. Harry was shocked on the spot. No way. Was it possible that the second Hogwarts professor he'd just met wouldn't be there when school started? Thorn looked at the termite before him with his exceptionally determined gaze, swallowed slightly, and then his expression became solemn and serious. My employer, Mr. Dumbledore, brought me from St. Mungo's to Hogwarts and saved me from a predicament where I might have faced imprisonment. He is my dearest kin and companion, my mentor and friend. Hearing this, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness, this professor really does have a sense of duty. However, the next moment, he heard Thorn add in an incredibly firm tone. He'll have to pay more. Half an hour later, two figures, one large and one small, walked out of Ollivander's wand shop. Thorn smacked his forehead in frustration as he walked. Why did I sign a 7-year contract with Dumbledore? And the penalty for breach of contract is so high. This won't do, I have to find a chance to renegotiate. This is practically hindering my transfer. Harry walked beside him, looking at him with a somewhat speechless expression. Didn't he just solemnly swear he wanted to protect the students? Thorn sighed and groaned for quite a while before finally resigning himself to reality. Forget it, there will be plenty of chances to make money later. Better focus on the task at hand first. He looked down at Harry. Is there anything else you haven't bought? Harry thought seriously. I think I've got everything. While we were lost earlier, we basically bought everything along the way. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered, oh, right, I still have a set of robes to pick up from Madame Malkin's. Thorn's eyes lit up instantly. Oh right, I should get a new outfit myself. Perfect then, let's go pick them up together. Soon, the two of them pushed open the door to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. But as soon as they entered, Thorn froze in his tracks. From the outside, it certainly looked like a perfectly normal clothing shop. The problem was, all the staff in the shop were spiders. They moved all 8 legs at once with ridiculous agility, pinning black robes for customers while quickly measuring dimensions with tape measures and various tools, their movements as fluid as if they'd practiced countless times. There were even a few spider webs hanging in the corners. Thorn stared at the silk, wondering if he was the only one who could see it. In an instant, he felt a strange, strong sense of déjà vu. It was as if he were back in Deep Nest. Except this place was much more wholesome. No iron insects scurrying about, and no giant spiders that might pounce and kill him at any moment. Thorn snapped out of it and patted Harry on the shoulder. All right, you go try on your clothes first. I'll have Madame Malkin take my measurements in a bit. Harry nodded and immediately trotted over toward a spider tailor. Not far away, a little white weasel seemed to be trying on clothes too. Thorn glanced over, his expression very calm. Well, since meeting Professor Snape, he'd fully accepted that mammals would pop up from time to time in this world. His mental fortitude had improved significantly. But he still couldn't help but wonder. Could this weasel also be a Slytherin student? Thinking this, he sat down on a chair by the shop entrance and pulled out a quill, intending to use this spare moment to further refine his map of Diagon Alley. Just then, click, the sound of the shop door closing echoed behind him. A figure stopped in front of Thorn. Mr. Thorn. A gentle and confident voice rang out. You are indeed as handsome and dashing as the legends say. Thorn was taken aback and instinctively looked up. Met with his gaze was a white weasel, dressed in luxurious robes. He was carrying a few books in his arms, which looked like textbooks. A perfectly elegant smile graced his furry face, and his manner was refined and composed. Thorn stared at him for a few seconds. Dashing. He looked left and right, confirming no one else was around, before standing up. Are you talking to me? I believe, the white weasel said with a slight smile, there isn't a second person named Eric Thorn here, is there? Thorn brushed some soot off his robes, his mouth twitching as he muttered silently to himself. Sure enough, it's a mistake for St. Mungo's not to have an ophthalmology department. The white weasel clearly didn't know what Thorn was thinking and continued unhurriedly. And you certainly have even more presence than the rumors suggest. At this point, his nostrils twitched slightly. Did you just have biscuits this morning? Well, sort of. But they're just cookie crumbs. Thorn thought for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, let's not talk about that. So, you really know me? Of course. The white weasel offered a perfectly measured smile. Professor Thorn, as a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, it is only natural that I acquaint myself with new professors. Especially promising young professors like yourself. He spoke, elegantly extending his hand. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Lucius Malfoy. Thorn gave a slight nod, reaching out to shake the furry hand. Oh, I see. Eric Thorn. A pleasure to meet you. Just then, the large spider responsible for tailoring nearby waved a pedipalp at Thorn, signaling him to come for his measurements. Thorn nodded, then looked back at Lucius. My apologies, Mr. Malfoy. I must excuse myself for a moment. Next time, I'll treat you to some cookies. He finished, gave a polite nod, and turned to leave. Lucius maintained his composed, elegant posture, his gaze sweeping over the chair Thorn had just vacated. A few smudges of soot still lingered on it. He did not sit down, merely stood there waiting. Until the little white weasel having his measurements taken finished and walked over to him. Draco, are you done? The little white weasel nodded, then cast a rather disdainful glance at Thorn, who was still being measured, before following his father out of the shop. Father and son walked side by side along the streets of Diagon Alley. After a while, Draco finally couldn't hold back, his voice tinged with obvious confusion. Father, why did you talk to that Professor Thorn? Lucius tilted his head slightly, his tone even and measured, like a lecturer. You wish to ask why I would converse with, even seek to acquaint myself with, someone bearing a non-noble surname, is that it? Draco nodded. In principle, Lucius continued, under normal circumstances, I would not readily extend an olive branch to a young professor. Their competence, background, and even attitude often harbor uncertainty. He paused briefly here. However, just moments ago, I learned something. This Professor Thorn has just begun his tenure at Hogwarts, and Dumbledore has already approved a project of his, allocating funds for Hogwarts infrastructure improvements. To earn Dumbledore's favor, his competence is, at the very least, not in question. And on the other hand, a faint smile touched the corner of Lucius's mouth. From what I understand, he once stated in Dumbledore's presence that Slytherin was right. You should understand what that signifies. Draco's eyes widened slightly. He evidently shares our values. Moreover, just now, I confirmed something. Lucius's gaze grew meaningful. The way he looked at us, father and son, was entirely different from how he regarded other passers-by. Far more enthusiastic. And this was before he even knew we were members of the House of Malfoy. We are mutually drawn. Lucius seemed quite satisfied with this assessment. Thus, the matter of attitude is already quite clear. For such a rising star, cultivation is essential. He looked down at his son, his tone softening yet remaining firm. At school, you may use the same method to discern who is worthy of becoming a friend. The little white weasel listened intently to his father's instruction, giving a slight nod. He had clearly learned something. 20 minutes later. Harry, Professor, how do I look in this? Well, at least you don't look like a robber or a beggar anymore. More than that, I look downright. What nonsense, I never looked like one to begin with. Hagrid, what do you think? I think you're a good man, Eric. Hagrid, that's enough. Thorn, clad in his new robes, followed Hagrid, whom they had run into right after leaving Madame Malkin's, and Harry into the leaky cauldron. Honestly, Thorn's trip to Diagon Alley today had already left him somewhat mentally numb. But when he truly stepped into the leaky cauldron, he realized what living up to its reputation meant. It was dark and dirty. In a corner, several old women huddled together, sipping sherry from tiny glasses. A little man in a top hat was chatting with the barman, whose hair was nearly gone and whose face was as wrinkled as a shriveled walnut. The air was a mix of alcohol, dust, and an indescribably odd smell. The only fortunate thing was that the people here seemed utterly uninterested in the enormous dragon tooth Thorn was carrying on his shoulder. At least, no one tried to shove money at him anymore. The trio found a table and sat down to eat. As he ate, Thorn recounted all his day's adventures to Hagrid. From getting lost and being mistaken for a beggar, to stumbling upon the dragon tooth, to nearly sending Ollivander into a mental breakdown on the spot. Carried away by his storytelling, he even mentioned offhandedly, "I tell you, Hagrid, if you didn't have a wand, I could probably fashion you a bone nail. Then I could teach you some soul magic, might even work better than a wand." Hagrid immediately grew tense, waving his hands frantically. "No, no, no. I'm not allowed to use magic anymore." But when Thorn and Harry pressed further, he just screwed up his face, hemmed and hawed, and eventually fell silent altogether. The awkward moment was thus glossed over. Time passed bit by bit, and the sky darkened quickly. Thorn looked out the window at the deepening night, his brow slightly furrowed. "By the way, Harry. How are you getting back later? If you're taking a car, it's getting late. Shouldn't you be heading off soon?" Harry also looked at Hagrid with concern. Hagrid merely smiled, his tone relaxed. "Don't worry, there's a way." 5 minutes later. In front of the leaky cauldron. Thorn stared in amazement at the scene before him. As Harry raised his wand, a triple-decker bus slowly materialized from the thin air, as if squeezing its way into reality from another world. Golden letters shone on the windshield against the night sky. "Night Bus. Welcome to the Night Bus." A cheerful, formulaic voice announced. "Emergency transport for the stranded Witcher Wizard. Just stick out your wand and step on board, and we can take you anywhere you want to go." The door clattered open. A lanky young man slouched off the bus, clearly tonight's conductor. He had looked rather nonchalant, but when his gaze fell on Harry's face, his expression changed. He narrowed his eyes. "Is that on your forehead?" Before he could finish, Hagrid had already stepped in front of Harry, smoothly pressing a handful of silver sickles into the man's hand. "Privet Drive, the Dursleys," he said, then turned to help Harry load his luggage onto the bus. The conductor lent a hand too, but his eyes never left Harry, a gaze that made Harry feel uneasy. Just then, Thorn walked over and crouched down to meet Harry's eyes. He pulled a small glass vial from his pocket, containing a milky white liquid. Harry's eyes widened slightly. "This is..." Thorn smiled, handing him the vial. "I heard your birthday was recently. Didn't have time to prepare anything proper, so here's this." He paused, his tone softening. "If you go back, and get hit again, apply this to the wounds. It'll help them heal." Harry was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but look up at him. "Professor, couldn't you have given me a gift that prevents me from getting hit?" He said this, but laughed at himself first. "Just kidding. Thank you." Harry carefully stowed the vial of potion and nodded. "This has definitely been the best week of my life." At Hagrid's urging, Harry stepped onto the night bus. He stood at the door, waving vigorously at Thorn and Hagrid. The next moment, the door slammed shut. With a low roar, the triple-decker bus vanished back into the mist as if it had never existed. Watching from a distance, Thorn couldn't help but marvel. This was much more convenient than a stag beetle. No wonder that old stag beetle back then hated trams so much. Thorn withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Hagrid, only to find the giant secretly wiping the corners of his eyes. Thorn immediately walked over, intending to pat him on the shoulder, but realized the size difference the moment he raised his hand. He pivoted mid-motion, settling for a pat on the man's elbow instead. "Are you all right? Don't worry, you'll see him again in a month." Hagrid sniffled and shook his head. I'm fine. It's just, he's really such a sensible boy." His voice was a bit husky. "I can't imagine what he's been through all these years." Thorn opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he just gave Hagrid's arm another gentle pat and stood beside him, sharing the weight of that silence. After sobbing for a while, Hagrid finally took a deep breath and wiped his face with his hand. All right, time to head back." Thorn nodded. "Okay, how are we going?" "The Flow Network." Hagrid blew his nose and actually laughed. "No need. I've already prepared a vehicle, it's right in that alleyway." Thorn followed him over, and upon seeing it, his eyes widened instantly. "Merlin's spark plugs, isn't this a bit much? Surprised, aren't you?" Hagrid grinned proudly, stepped forward, and sat down on the massive motorcycle in the alley. The motorcycle was already impressive in size, yet compared to Hagrid's massive frame, it actually looked somewhat petite. Thorn's mouth twitched. Hagrid, it's cool, really cool, but if we ride this thing to Hogwarts, we won't get there until the start of term, right?" "Don't worry." Hagrid waved a hand dismissively, his tone confident. I've modified it. We'll be there tonight. Thorn scratched his head. Though still uncertain, he could only choose to trust him. He was about to step forward and sit in the motorcycle's sidecar when he suddenly remembered something and stood up straight. Sorry, I need to use the restroom at the Leaky Cauldron. Before the words had even finished, he had already turned and dashed back into the pub. After quite a while, he finally re-emerged, jogging back to Hagrid's side. He said sheepishly, sorry, had an upset stomach. Hey, you were gone so long I thought you'd been flushed down the toilet. Hagrid laughed loudly. Hold on tight. Thorn rolled his eyes. Truth be told, in his rush to grind exploration progress just now, he had nearly torn up the sewers. Fortunately, he finally completed it. His gaze fell upon the system panel. Ding. Current special environment exploration progress reached 60%. Reward. Spell fragment times 1, issued. Currently held. 1. Current special environment. Diagon Alley, 60.1%. Late that night. Hogwarts Castle, Soul Magic Professor's Lounge. The door was suddenly pushed open. Thorn rushed in with a runny nose, rubbing his arms and looking miserable. He tossed the dragon tooth onto the bed. My God, the latitude of Great Britain is way too high. How can summer be this cold? He muttered while shivering, wishing he could curl into a ball. It's Hagrid's fault, that thing flies too fast. From London to the Scottish Highlands in such a short time, the wind blew straight into the marrow of my bones. As Thorn grumbled, he hurriedly looked for a way to warm himself, his eyes locking onto the fireplace in the lounge. Just as he was about to use a match. Incendio. A steady and gentle incantation rang out. A stream of hot flame bypassed Thorn's body and precisely ignited the fireplace. Firelight instantly danced in the room, dispelling the chill. Thorn froze and instinctively looked back. He saw the old bee standing at the door, holding a blanket, with a kind and meaningful smile on his face. If you need it, Dumbledore said gently, I can have the house elves prepare a basin of hot water for you. 10 minutes later. Wrapped in the blanket, Thorn sat comfortably by the fireplace, feeling like his entire being had just been rebooted. He and Dumbledore chatted idly. As for the hot water, Thorn had flatly refused. He really wasn't mentally prepared to take a bath in front of a man, even if it was the old bee, he couldn't accept it. Thorn briefly mentioned the purchase of the dragon tooth. Dumbledore only smiled mysteriously. It doesn't matter, how you use your funds is your own business. Thorn finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he began to seriously explain the importance of bone nails in soul acquisition and their future applications, even mentioning that perhaps every young wizard would need to be equipped with one in the future. Just then, Dumbledore suddenly pulled a small box from his waist. Speaking of souls, he said meaningfully, I have something I'd like you to see. Thorn raised an eyebrow. Something the principal brought out with such solemnity was clearly not simple. Dumbledore slowly opened the box. A pill as white as jade lay quietly inside. Do you recognize what this is? Thorn frowned, staring at the pill for a long time before saying uncertainly, it seems, it really is somewhat close to a soul. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Do you think you could use souls to create a replica of it? Thorn raised his brows. That depends on its specific properties. The appreciation in Dumbledore's eyes deepened, and his tone suddenly became solemn. This is the elixir of life. A brief silence followed. Oh, Eric, that reaction makes it seem like I was being very theatrical just now. Well. Thorn scratched his head. After all, he had seen gods fall back in the hollow nest. Many creatures who claimed to be powerful had simply fallen into an eternal sleep in the face of that great catastrophe. This immortality thing felt a bit low tier. But seeing Dumbledore's expression, Thorn took a deep breath, and his expression instantly became exaggerated. My God. This is actually the legendary elixir of life. Is this something someone like me is even allowed to see? How could I possibly replicate it? Principal, you're going to be the death of me, Tilda. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice full of meaning. Professor Thorn, you wouldn't want Minerva to find out about you using funds without her permission, would you? Wait, Principal. Thorn immediately changed his tune. Let's talk business, I was just joking. If I really were to replicate it, the effect definitely wouldn't be able to achieve immortality. Dumbledore smiled upon hearing this. What I want is precisely for it not to grant immortality. Is this okay? Thorn handed a small, somewhat irregularly shaped ball to Dumbledore. The old bee took it and looked at it, his expression pausing slightly. This thing, why does it look a bit like a small mask? Although it was a small sphere overall, there were two tiny holes on the front, arranged in a way that looked exactly like eye sockets no matter how you looked at it. Irregular undulations remained on the surface, faintly outlining the contours of a face. It was also emitting a strange aura. The feeling was extremely similar to liquid soul, carrying a faint vitality, only more restrained and stable by comparison. Thorn explained somewhat uncertainly. This is a natural byproduct that forms when the soul condenses within my body if there are no wounds. Dumbledore, however, seemed quite satisfied. He merely tossed the small ball lightly in his hand and brushed it with a fingertip. The irregular bumps and holes quickly vanished, and the surface became round and smooth. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a white pill that was almost indistinguishable from the elixir of life. Thorn nodded slightly and offered a sincere evaluation. Very superb transfiguration. Thank you for the compliment. Dumbledore smiled, his tone as relaxed as if he were simply preparing to taste an ordinary candy. Then I'll test it first. In the next second, as Thorn's eyes suddenly widened, Dumbledore tossed the pill directly into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. This scene. It was like watching someone eat your gallstone. No, to be more accurate, it was more like someone swallowing your golden core. The corner of Thorn's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Not long after, Dumbledore suddenly opened his eyes, a clear look of surprise appearing on his face. This is very strange. Thorn immediately became nervous. What's wrong? Are there side effects? Dumbledore looked at him, his expression suddenly turning serious. He was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "It has absolutely no effect. Thorn. This old bee, he really has no sense of propriety at all." Dumbledore smiled, his tone nonchalant. "It's fine, no effect is exactly what I wanted. If it really could restore something through condensation, as you described, I would have to seriously reconsider whether to use it." Thorn nodded slightly and was about to respond when he suddenly realized something and looked up. "Wait, how did you know the term condensation?" "That," Dumbledore said with a beaming smile. "Professor Snape taught it to me, haha. I definitely wasn't peeking at you too." Thorn narrowed his eyes. "Definitely not." Seeing things were taking a bad turn, Dumbledore immediately laughed it off and waved his hand. All right, everything that needed to be done is settled. Eric, get some good rest, I'll be going now." Before his voice had even faded, the old bee had already turned to leave, his pace too fast for an old man. Watching the other man's back quickly disappear outside the door, Thorn gave a disgruntled huff. Am I really being monitored all the time? But before Thorn could continue his thoughts, a figure suddenly appeared in the room. This time, it nearly scared him into jumping out of his chair. It was a small creature with a pair of large, bat-like ears and bulging green eyes as big as tennis balls, which were particularly prominent in the dim light. However, Thorn quickly calmed down. A house elf. The Hogwarts kind. He had run into one once before while cleaning Professor McGonagall's office. Supposedly, there was an entire kitchen in the school dedicated to their work. Thorn had actually always wanted to go take a look. And these guys were at least humanoid. Compared to those insect friends, Thorn found that he actually felt more of a sense of familiarity with house elves. Professor Thorn. The elf gave a respectful bow, bending so low that its nose almost poked the floor. Headmaster Dumbledore has specifically arranged a hot bath for you, please follow me. A hot. Thorn's eyes lit up, and he was about to nod subconsciously. But in the next second, his movement came to a jarring halt. His eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced around the room as if confirming something, then he decisively waved his hand. Forget it, I'm not cold. He quickly made a decision in his heart. From now on at Hogwarts, he would resolutely not take any baths. Who knew if a certain old bee might, accidentally, peek again? The elf was clearly somewhat confused, but it still gave a respectful bow and withdrew silently. The room became quiet once more. Thorn huddled further into his blanket, pulled out the unfinished map, and continued to lower his head to sketch the routes. In his mind, however, he had already begun to calculate. He had to finish exploring Hogwarts Castle as soon as possible, and Diagon Alley couldn't be left out either. After writing for a while, he suddenly seemed to remember something and tilted his head slightly, looking at the dragon tooth lying quietly on the bed. I wonder what kind of effect transfiguration would have if used for forging. As his thoughts turned, he couldn't help but sigh again. Oh, right. He still had to save money. The new set of clothes he was wearing was bought with money borrowed from Harry. He had to pay it back eventually. Why was I so generous back then, using all my money directly to pay the deposit for the dragon tooth? And that Dumbledore, he actually made me sign an indentured contract, causing me to miss out on a high-paying job. Fool capitalist. And so, Thorne's days that followed rotated almost entirely among three things: exploring Hogwarts Castle, learning and finally honing transfiguration techniques for his bone nail, and helping Professor McGonagall search for materials that could be used to create a soul totem. Busy and regular. Time flowed by imperceptibly, and in the blink of an eye, the day for the start of term arrived. September 1st. Thorne was dressed in a brand new robe, standing before the mirror, looking at the person in the mirror who looked like a proper gent. No. A handsome and dashing young man. He couldn't help but give a light cough and nodded in satisfaction. Compared to the previous destitute vagrant in waiting who barely clung to life with potions and could have committed suicide by medicine, at any moment, he was simply a different person. The welcoming banquet. Thorne muttered to himself. This time, surely no one would mistake him for a robber or a beggar again. He turned around and reached out to pick up the new bone nail leaning in the corner. Without a doubt, this was made from that dragon tooth. The bone nail was slender and straight, about 40 inches long, with the entire body showing a warm bone-white luster, a sharp tip, and clean lines. However, when holding it in his hand, Thorne could still clearly feel a bit of imbalance. It felt slightly heavy when swung, the center of gravity was shifted, and the edge couldn't truly be called sharp. Tisk. Thorne knew very well in his heart. If he wanted to create a more balanced and more dangerous bone nail, relying on transfiguration alone was far from enough. He also needed corresponding materials to match. And those things, current him simply couldn't get his hands on. Forget it. He shook his head and shouldered the bone nail once again. I'll just use it like this for now. As for the exploration progress of the castle, Thorne was truly speechless. This place was just too big. He had spent the whole month wandering and only managed to increase the castle's exploration progress to 58%. He didn't know how long it would take at this rate to obtain his first warrior's dream. Forget it, don't think about that. Thorne hummed a tuneless little ditty, walked out of the professor's lounge, and headed toward the great hall along the familiar school path. Along the way, the portraits on both sides of the walls had already become well acquainted with him. Some bugs waved at him, some nodded with a smile, and others greeted him lazily. Thorne responded to each one. However, at some point, these greetings began to change their flavor in his ears. The sounds began to become fragmented and dense. Like the chirping of insects. Chirp, chirp, chatter, chatter. And they grew louder and louder. So loud that they seemed to drown out all other surrounding sounds, leaving only those meaningless, overlapping low chirps. Thorne's pace involuntarily quickened. His head began to throb with pain. He simply stopped responding to the greetings from the portraits, hurried through the school path, and practically fled from the castle, arriving at an open space outside. The cold wind blew against his face. Thorne bent over, taking deep breaths of fresh air. After a good while, those annoying, insect chirps, finally faded away and disappeared completely. Thorne cursed in a low voice. That familiar yet strange feeling surfaced once again. A sense of loneliness that was hard to describe or explain. As if he were always separated from this world by an invisible barrier. Out of place. He held his waist and looked down at the green grass beneath his feet. His originally decent mood had unknowingly plummeted. Just then, a scent of soil carrying a damp aura wafted over. Professor Thorne, are you all right? Thorne was startled and subconsciously looked back. In that instant, he seemed to see a plump witch wearing an apron stained with some soil, standing before him. And beside her was a serious-faced witch draped in a green robe. Humans. I can see humans. But the next second, the figures of the two people in his field of vision suddenly changed. A thick, sturdy giant earthworm. And a giant mosquito wearing robes. Thorne blinked, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he spoke in a somewhat dazed tone. Professor Sprout. Professor McGonagall. McGonagall and Sprout exchanged a look. Professor Thorne, Sprout said with a beaming smile, how unusual. Am I not Ms. Earthworm? There was a hint of teasing in her voice. Then, she looked at Thorne's face seriously, her brow furrowing slightly. You don't look well. Is something wrong? McGonagall also added a sentence. Should you go see Madame Pomfrey? There's still half an hour until the welcoming feast. Thorn shook his head slightly and raised a hand to rub his temples. It's nothing. I just felt a bit stuffy inside the castle, so I came out for some fresh air. I'll be fine in a moment. The Ms. Mosquito nodded. Oh, nothing's wrong then. The next moment, she expressionlessly pulled a piece of parchment from her robes. Then do a set of exam papers. Thorn looked down at the parchment, his eyes gradually turning into dead fish eyes. When he looked up again, he happened to meet Professor McGonagall's expression, which was clearly suppressed laughter. Haha, just joking. McGonagall finally couldn't hold it in and gave a light cough, tucking the parchment back away. This is the list of incoming first years. She looked up toward the castle. Come on, we should head to the Great Hall. On the way to the Great Hall, Professor Sprout left first because she needed to change into her clothes for the welcoming feast. Thus, only Professor McGonagall and Thorn remained in the corridor. Lately, Thorn had frequently consulted Professor McGonagall regarding transfiguration, and her attitude had been as enthusiastic as ever. Outside of work, she even treated Thorn entirely like a student. Not only did she explain things patiently, but she also gave him exam papers from time to practice. Just now, he really thought she wanted him to solve problems on the spot. But it was precisely because of this that Thorn was able to master the kind of transfiguration he had now, which could assist him in refining a primary fixed effect. Along the way, one thing caught Thorn quite by surprise. Whether it was because Professor McGonagall was by his side, the insect chirping that had previously made his scalp tingle gradually turned back into normal human voices. He could also naturally greet the portraits and ghosts they passed. Thorn's heart stirred slightly. Could it be that because his relationship with Professor McGonagall had progressed to the point where they could joke with each other, his condition had been alleviated? But on second thought, it didn't seem right. His state on the school path earlier didn't look like an improvement at all. If anything, it seemed to have worsened. As Thorn walked, he secretly wondered if he should really go back to the Red Ant for a follow-up visit in a while and get some medicine or something. With these thoughts, the two of them entered the Great Hall. They happened to run into Hagrid, who was carrying a lantern and preparing to head out. Hee hee, I'm off to pick up the new students. Hagrid was smiling very happily. Eric, you're looking very sharp today. Then this time, I look like more than just a good person, right? Thorn laughed and patted Hagrid's elbow. Yes, a very good person, haha. Hagrid gave a hearty laugh and turned to leave. Thorn then walked toward the staff table. At this moment, 4 long house tables were already set up in the Great Hall. It was empty of people, making it seem exceptionally spacious. Thorn couldn't help but look around a few more times, secretly curious about what the scene would be like once all the students were seated. Just before he was about to take his seat, Professor McGonagall suddenly walked a circle around him. It was as if she were inspecting something. Thorn felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. Noticing that McGonagall's mouthparts seemed to tighten slightly, he couldn't help but ask. What is it, Professor? Is something wrong? McGonagall shook her head slightly. Nothing, it's very proper. She paused, her tone carrying a hint of hesitation and annoyance. It's just that these black robes of yours, plus these green accents, as a choice of colors, it's really. Thorn raised an eyebrow and looked down to straighten his robes. Is there a problem? He said righteously, I see those mammals all dressing like this, don't they? At that moment, Snape, who was nearby, suddenly sneezed. 10 minutes later. On the Black Lake, several small boats moved slowly forward, their hulls rocking gently as they carried groups of new students toward the opposite shore. Under the night sky, Hogwarts Castle atop the cliff was brightly lit, like a sleeping giant beast quietly overlooking the lake's surface. Harry stood at the bow of a boat, gazing at the castle from afar. His heart couldn't help but beat a few beats faster. Excited, yet nervous. Just then, a crisp voice came from beside him. Harry, you said just now, you've met the professor of the newly established subject. The speaker was a girl with bushy hair and slightly protruding front teeth. At the moment, she was looking down, studying a list in her hand, her eyes flashing with curiosity. What kind of person is he? She looked up, her tone carrying obvious anticipation. He must be very grand and brilliant, right? In the Hogwarts history I've memorized, no new subject has been established for over 100 years. To be able to do that, he must be very outstanding. Harry blanked for a moment and subconsciously touched his chin. The red-haired boy and the round-faced boy sitting opposite them couldn't help but look over as well. Yeah, the red-haired boy took up the conversation. I heard from Percy and the others that it's a brand new subject, and it hasn't even been included in the OWL examination system yet. Several gazes fell squarely on Harry. Well, Harry thought for a bit, his expression somewhat subtle. If I were to give my impression, this professor, he really likes giving people nicknames. Giving nicknames. The bushy-haired girl was slightly taken aback. Right. Harry nodded. For example, he calls me Stag Beetle. Hermione and Ron exchanged a look. What kind of strange quirk is that? Yeah, he clearly should be called the boy who lived. Ron, that's a title, not a nickname. Harry thought for a moment and added. Also, he really likes money. Before, it seemed like because he lost a high-paying job, he looked like he wanted to hang the Hogwarts headmaster from a lamppost. The red-haired boy Ron's eyes instantly lit up. Is that so? He slapped his thigh, his tone full of agreement. Then we are kindred spirits. Soon, Ron would meet this fellow traveler on the path of fortune. Before long, the feast was about to begin. Thorn sat at the staff table, watching the great hall gradually grow lively with great interest. The upper year students had already begun to file in through the large doors on both sides of the great hall. Of course, in Thorn's eyes, they were a swarm of insects of various shapes and sizes. Mantises, beetles, mosquitoes, flies, and even a few strange mushroom-like fellows. It was practically a night parade of 100 bugs. Amidst this unfamiliar swarm, the figures of a few mammals could occasionally be seen, and these outliers were mostly concentrated around the same long table. Thorn almost immediately judged that those were the Slytherin seats. After all, several of those students had taken the initiative to greet Snape. However, that great bat didn't seem interested in them at all, his gloomy gaze fixed firmly on the doors where the new students were about to enter. Thorn didn't know why Snape was reacting this way, but he was glad he was currently sitting between Snape and Professor Flitwick. The feeling of being surrounded by mammals was truly nice. Soon, the first years entered as well. Thorn spotted that scrawny stag beetle, Harry, at a single glance. The two noticed each other almost instantly, and when their eyes met, both showed clear signs of joy, nodding to each other in greeting. However, Thorn soon noticed that the few new students around Harry seemed a bit off. Their gazes shifted back and forth between himself and the headmaster, and from time to time, they would huddle together and whisper. What's the meaning of this? Thorn's heart stirred. Could they be discussing how I have the bearing of a headmaster? That would certainly be quite insightful. While Thorn was lost in his idle thoughts, Professor McGonagall had already placed a stool in the center of the great hall. In her hands, she held that familiar piece of parchment and that somewhat tattered-looking sorting hat. The sorting ceremony, which Hogwarts holds every year at the start of term, had officially begun. When I call your name, Professor McGonagall said clearly and sternly, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted. She looked down at the parchment. Hannah Abbott. A rosy-cheeked little beetle with 2 golden braids stumbled out of the line. Thorn made a judgment almost the moment he saw her. This girl is probably very good at writing romance novels. Under everyone's gaze, she sat on the stool and pulled the sorting hat onto her head. The brim almost completely covered her eyes. After a moment's pause. Hufflepuff. The sorting hat shouted loudly. A burst of warm applause and cheers immediately erupted from the table on the right side of the Great Hall. The insects waved to Hannah, welcoming her to join them. Thorn also clapped, giving the new student a polite welcome. Names were read out one after another. In Thorn's view, the distribution of the 4 Hogwarts houses was quite interesting, one could even say very logical. Slytherin, which prided itself on bloodline and heritage, indeed gathered many mammals. For instance, that white weasel he had seen earlier in the Spiders, oh no, Madame Malkin's robes shop, young Malfoy, was sorted into this house. At the Ravenclaw table, there were noticeably more snails. This was almost no different from Thorn's original impression of the house. From a certain perspective, this house would likely be very skilled in soul magic. After all, many of the soul magic techniques Thorn himself mastered were learned from snails. As for Gryffindor, the insects there seemed significantly more restless than the other houses, and they made the most noise. Harry being sorted there was within the realm of reason. And Hufflepuff was as inclusive as ever, with all sorts of insects at the table, a complete variety in a harmonious atmosphere. Soon, the sorting ceremony was over. Thorn felt his palms going numb from all the clapping. Headmaster Dumbledore stood up, that inscrutable smile on his face, and began to speak about the start of term notices. Finally, I must once again tell everyone, anyone who does not wish to suffer an accident and die a painful death, please do not enter the corridor on the right-hand side of the 4th floor. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the Great Hall turned a bit subtle. Then, Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued. Lastly, I promise, this is the final, lastly. He looked around the Great Hall with a smile. This year, we welcome 2 new professors. Professor Quirinus Quirrell will be responsible for teaching you defense against the dark arts. Applause rang out. And the other, Professor Eric Thorne. Dumbledore's gaze fell upon Thorne. He will primarily teach courses related to soul magic. Of course, if you are interested, Dumbledore winked, perhaps he could also open a course on entomology. Hearing this, Thorne's lip couldn't help but twitch. Entomology. It's clearly human anatomy, alright. But in any case, finally, it was time to eat. Just as Thorne breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the various dishes that suddenly appeared with a pop on the plate before him, preparing to start. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. As if something was watching him. That gaze seemed to come from Snape's direction. Thorne snapped his head up, but he didn't see anyone looking at him. At the staff table, Snape was talking in a low voice with a man whose head was wrapped in a purple turban and who had his back to him. Everything looked normal. But strangely, that feeling of being watched did not disappear. Thorne frowned, and just as he was about to continue searching for the source of that gaze, the professor wrapped in the purple turban suddenly turned around as if sensing something, his eyes landing right on Thorne. Only then did Thorne see the other person's appearance clearly. It was a snail. His already large head, wrapped in the purple turban, looked even more bloated and exaggerated. Almost immediately, Thorne judged that the other person was a Ravenclaw. He held out a slimy hand, a timid smile on his face. Professor Thorne, is it? His voice trembled slightly. I am called Quirrell, we will be colleagues from now on. Thorne stood up and instinctively shook the other's hand. The moment they touched, he suddenly realized, that feeling of being watched had vanished. Hello, Thorne nodded, I look forward to working with you. Quirrell let go of the hand carefully as if he had been burned, then leaned in a bit closer and said in a low voice, almost a whisper. Professor Thorne. I have seen your lesson plans before. There was an unconcealable excitement in his tone. About soul magic, those contents, were they really created independently by you? I also looked through some of your discarded drafts, they are very interesting indeed. Quirrell licked his lips, his voice dropping even lower. Especially, the part about extracting souls. It's clear that it has great potential. Thorne's eyes immediately lit up. Oh, you're interested, he said enthusiastically. In a way, yes. And this magic is something everyone could master. Alas, it's a pity that Professor McGonagall, she. What about me? The moment the voice sounded behind him, Thorne's entire body stiffened. He slowly turned his head to see M's Mosquito standing behind him, holding the sorting hat, scanning between him and Quirrell with a rather dangerous gaze. A pity what? That I stopped you from promoting the dark arts. No, the pity is. Thorne immediately changed his tune, speaking at high speed. The pity is that it wasn't me sitting next to Professor McGonagall. Really, Professor, I can't wait to start doing test papers. The next moment, Professor McGonagall pulled another piece of parchment from her robes. Is that so? She said calmly. Then let us begin now. Professor, do you really carry test papers with you? Of course not, but I have memorized all the contents of the exam papers. Wait a moment while I transcribe them. Wait. Before Thorne could get the words out, Snape, who was nearby, had already stood up, his black robes fluttering. Very well, Minerva, he said faintly. You proctor the exam here, I have some business to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Thorne looked around blankly. Quirrell, who had been standing right there just a moment ago, had long since vanished without a trace. The next day. Early morning. In the washroom, Thorne looked at the face in the mirror that clearly screamed, overworked, and couldn't help but shake his head speechlessly. What kind of professor completes 3 transfiguration test papers at a welcome feast? Merlin's knives and forks. When Hagrid came to find him yesterday, he had stared at him with a tense face, thinking Thorn had blown up Professor McGonagall's office. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this. Thorn sighed. Honestly, that fellow Quirrell ran away too fast. He had originally thought of at least having that guy help him do one. Mumbling to himself, he packed up his toothbrush and towel and returned to the lounge. It was then that he noticed an extra piece of letter paper on the desk. Thorn raised an eyebrow, stepped forward, and picked up the letter. There were only a few simple words on it. Course schedule. Thorn glanced at the time. The first class is after 10 o'clock, right? He set down the paper and let out a long sigh. Can I really not let the students stab each other? Forget it, it seems to be third-year students, so I can start from the absolute basics. Saying this, Thorn pulled out his bone nail and gave it a flourish. I wonder if I can train a few nail masters. After breakfast, Eric entered the classroom carrying a bag full of teaching aids, feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation. To his surprise, there seemed to be quite a few students who had chosen this course. Since this was an elective, only students in their third year and above could participate. According to Professor McGonagall, the notice for this new elective wasn't sent out until the latter half of the summer break. Even so, there were 11 or 12 students sitting in the classroom before him. It looked like a mixed class of third and fourth years. Eric was responsible for two classes. One was a combined third and fourth year class, and the other was a sixth year class. As for the fifth and seventh years, who faced immense exam pressure, they were naturally not scheduled for this. After everything, this course didn't participate in any wizarding examinations, so there was no need to take up their precious revision time. Eric walked up to the podium, his gaze sweeping over the little bugs below one by one. Welcome, everyone, to this course. His tone was steady, a standard, harmless opening. I am Eric Thorn, the professor responsible for teaching you soul magic. After speaking, he rubbed his hands together, his smile becoming a bit more casual. Today is the first lesson. I mainly want us to get to know each other and give you a basic understanding of this emerging subject. I believe you all already know that this course has not been included in any wizarding examination system. Eric paused, his gaze carrying a hint of curiosity. So I'm also very curious, why did you choose this course? Are you interested in soul magic? As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of red ants raised their hands almost simultaneously. Eric raised an eyebrow. They looked like Gryffindor students, and even for bugs, these two ants looked almost exactly the same. In all probability, they were twins. He gestured for one of them to speak first. Teacher. The red ant shouted in a booming voice, I chose this course because we aren't forced to buy textbooks here. Eric almost stumbled on the spot. He instinctively scanned the classroom and found that many students were actually nodding in agreement. Eric cleared his throat. Very well. In other words, you feel this is a more practical course, yes? Rest assured, he added. This course is almost entirely practical. As for textbooks, well, I am trying to write one myself, so there's no rush. He waved his hand, letting that red ant sit down, and gestured for the other one to stand up. And you? Why did you choose this course? Professor, the other red ant asked solemnly, I heard we can learn Avada Kedavra here. Is that true? The classroom went silent for a moment. Eric. My dear student, as a newly appointed professor, I don't want to end up eating prison food just yet. The students immediately burst into light laughter. Eric waved his hand helplessly, letting that red ant sit back down, then looked down at the student roster. Just as he thought, the names of a pair of Weasley brothers were written clearly on the list. So that's how it is. Eric sighed silently to himself. It looked like two jokers had joined this class. Given this, Eric decided to skip the meaningless preamble and get straight to the point. Anyway, the motivation isn't actually important. What matters is that our class is very valuable. Regarding soul magic, there is only one most important thing. His tone was calm. The soul itself. It is the foundation of everything. As he spoke, Eric took a small glass bottle from his waist. The bottle contained a semi-transparent liquid that flowed slowly, as if possessing a faint rhythm of life. Almost the instant the bottle appeared, the entire class's attention was firmly captured. Teacher, a student couldn't help but ask, does the soul have a physical form? Of course, Eric nodded, though it's somewhat different from the soul you usually understand. Smiling, he gently uncorked the glass bottle. This substance originates from living organisms and is one of the foundations of life's birth. It is quite miraculous. Eric's tone gradually became serious. If utilized skillfully, it can cause immense destruction, and of course, it can also be used in reverse to repair wounds that are almost impossible to heal. Let me demonstrate for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Eric had already raised the bone nail in his hand. The next second, he slashed down at his own arm without hesitation. Squelch. The sharp bone nail instantly sliced a clear wound on his arm, and blood seeped out. The entire classroom seemed to have been hit by a pause button. Several students froze on the spot, and some girls couldn't help but let out short screams. Under everyone's terrified gazes, Eric acted as if nothing was wrong and dipped his injured hand directly into the glass bottle containing the liquid soul. Then, he began condensation. A faint luster flowed over the wound, as if something was being pieced back together. In the blink of an eye, that bloody wound vanished completely, leaving not even a scar. Eric withdrew his hand, opened his eyes, and smiled. How was that? This is just a basic application of soul magic. However, the students below were deathly silent. There were no gasps of wonder, nor any cheers. Only a dull stupor after being completely shocked. After a long while, a snail timidly raised its hand. Professor. His voice was a bit weak. Do we have to stab ourselves in class from now on too? And if this is just a basic application, the snail swallowed hard, does advanced application involve cutting off hands or arms or something? Eric looked at him and remained silent for 2 seconds. This was just a demonstration, he sighed. How could I possibly let you hurt yourselves in class? The students sighed in relief almost simultaneously. Eric thought for a moment and added another sentence. At least not for now. What? The classroom was suddenly filled with terrified whispers. Eric seemed completely oblivious to those gazes that were gradually losing their color and continued his lecture on his own. The prerequisite for using soul is obtaining soul. And obtaining soul is the foundation of foundations. As for the prerequisite for obtaining soul, he patted the bone nail at his waist. It's this. So, the content of the first lesson is very simple. As Eric spoke, he placed the bag from his back onto the podium. I will teach you how to use the bone nail correctly. 5 minutes later, every student had a new item in their hands, a short bone blade. The blade was grayish-white with a natural texture. It was barely a palm's length, looking unrefined and even a bit crude. This is a bone nail, Thorne explained while standing before the podium. To be precise, these were made from the scraps left over when I was crafting my own bone nail. He paused and added another sentence. Since they have already been sharpened and consecrated, they are considered finished products and possess a certain soul-absorbing effect. The students looked down at the bone nails in their hands, their eyes filled with both curiosity and nervousness. It will be your most important partner when learning soul magic in the future. Thorne's tone was serious. It will help you obtain souls from living creatures. Now, let's start with the basics. Watch my demonstration. As his voice fell, Thorne signaled the students to stand up and used magic to move the desks and chairs to the sides of the classroom, clearing a large area. Then, he dragged a training dummy used for teaching from the corner and stood it in front of him. The students had never seen such a setup and gathered around with great interest. Compared to potion class, which was always filled with sarcasm, and transfiguration class, which was so serious it made people feel suffocated, this class was clearly much more vivid. George Weasley rubbed the crude bone nail in his hand and leaned toward his brother's ear, whispering softly. The professor's bone nail looks way cooler than ours. Fred Weasley nodded deeply in agreement. This one of ours feels like a troll toothpick bought from a second-hand shop. At the front, Thorne had already finished demonstrating the basic movements. He turned around and glanced at the students. Do you understand? Just then, a little worm scratched his head, looked at the bone nail in his hand, and couldn't help but mutter softly. Professor, aren't we in a magic class? Thorne turned back, looked at the child, and smiled. Little fellow. This is magic. After speaking, he took a few steps back, held the bone nail horizontally in front of him, and slowly placed his palm on the hilt. The next moment, the students watched in shock as a faint layer of white light began to emerge around Thorne's body. The air seemed to be weighed down. They heard Thorne whisper softly. Great slash. The white light flashed suddenly. Bang. The dummy that was standing in front was instantly split in two, breaking apart cleanly. But the even more terrifying thing didn't stop there. On the floor beneath the dummy's feet, a clear rift had appeared. The crack spread all the way, and even faint traces appeared on the ceiling. The entire classroom was deathly silent. All the students were completely dumbfounded. After a long while, George slowly nodded. All right. I admit, this level of destructive power can only be achieved with magic. Fred, however, shook his head, his tone exceptionally serious. No. This must be the dark arts. Thorn looked at the students' reactions with satisfaction. To be honest, the sword technique he just demonstrated wasn't strictly magic, it was more a combination of skill and the power of the bone nail itself. But it was more than enough to give these little guys a bit of a shock. He clapped his hands and continued. How was it? That was just the most basic one. There's another move that cost me 800 to learn back then. Thorn said casually, when your level is high enough, I'll teach it to you. As soon as he said this, the pair of red ants below raised their hands almost simultaneously, incredibly excited. Professor, do you mean you'll teach us for free? Thorn nodded slightly. George immediately turned to his brother with a serious expression and said, I didn't expect to be able to make money while being at school. We must learn this skill. Fred nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with determination. Right. Let's start learning seriously now. Once we've mastered it, we'll go out and open a cram school. Thorn's lip twitched violently. It could be calculated like that. However, if it could motivate the students to be proactive, it wasn't a bad thing. At this time, the little worm, who had asked a question earlier, jogged over and asked cautiously. Professor, those sword techniques you just demonstrated, when can you teach us? Thorn raised an eyebrow. Oh, that. He thought for a moment. Probably after you've learned all the basic content. And let me say this in advance, sword techniques and soul magic don't actually have much of a connection. Even if you learn it, it might not be very useful. The little worm shook his head decisively. Doesn't matter. I just think it's cool. Cool is all that matters. Thorn couldn't help but laugh. It seemed quite a few little bugs had the same idea. He didn't bother to dampen the students' enthusiasm and waved his hand. Fine, then start practicing from the most basic level. Slash. Fred. Don't slash your brother. Professor, I'm George. Thorn took a deep breath. You two brats, when it's time to learn, dash cleave, you'll have to pay 100 galleons in tuition first. No, Professor. Thorn didn't bother with these two jokers anymore and waved for the other students to move their own dummies to practice. To increase the effectiveness of the practice, he even prepared some pheromone caterpillars and threw them into the air with magic, letting the students try to slash them. At first, several girls were clearly a bit resistant. But the moment the first caterpillar was slashed open, a white light burst out from the severed body and slowly dissipated in midair. Wow. So cool. The hesitant students immediately joined in, and the atmosphere in the entire classroom instantly became heated. While patrolling, Thorn explained. The white substance you see is the soul. The reason it dissipates directly in the air is that your bodies do not yet have the ability to store souls, so this phenomenon occurs. He stopped walking, looked around at the students who were gradually getting into the zone, and his tone became meaningful. If everyone's progress is fast enough, we can move on to the next important technique early. Downward slash. The first class soon drew to a close with the students' exceptionally active cooperation. At least in the basic movement of the slash, most students had already mastered the essentials. Seeing this, Thorn kept his word and didn't keep them in suspense, directly starting to teach the new technique. Downward slash. As a result, the next second, the classroom was filled with nothing but one wail after another. Ouch! Merlin's shampoo. Professor, this is too hard, isn't it? This isn't a move a human can do. Almost all the students were complaining. In order to let them grasp the essence of the movement, Thorn had specifically borrowed a batch of torture devices from Hogwarts, caretaker, Filch. As for why Filch had these things, Thorn chose not to look too deeply into it. Those torture devices were covered in spikes. Of course, under Thorn's modification, every spike had been covered with a thick soft pad. But even so, as long as the bone nail slashed onto them, a strong reaction force would immediately be generated. As a result, the vast majority of students failed to maintain their balance and were bounced off one after another, falling onto the torture devices in various poses. The scene was very lively for a while. It wasn't until just before the end of class that someone finally successfully completed the entire sequence of movements. And it was by leaping across all the torture devices. Thorn narrowed his eyes and walked over to that student with interest. Student, what is your name? The little worm scratched his head and answered a bit nervously. Ah, Cedric Diggory, from Hufflepuff. What's wrong, Professor? Thorn nodded, his tone becoming a bit more serious. Nothing. I just think you have the potential to become a nail master. Cedric was taken aback, then felt somewhat flattered. Really, Professor. But I feel, even if I study for a lifetime, I won't be able to reach your level. Thorn smiled slightly, his tone relaxed. Don't worry. As long as you stay alive and study with me for 4 years. Even if you're not as strong as me, you won't be far off. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 red figures immediately leaned over. Professor, what about us? The Weasley twins squeezed next to Thorn from the left and right, their red foreheads almost rubbing against him. Thorn glanced at them. About the same. But it's having the potential to become profiteering shopkeepers. Why? That's way too different from what you just said. Thorn smiled meaningfully. No, it's really about the same. Just like that, Thorn's first class ended in a quite pleasant, even enthusiastic atmosphere. And the content of this fierce class quickly spread throughout Hogwarts. One must remember, this was a school of magic. Having students attend class with swords was already ridiculous enough. And which wizard hadn't fantasized about holding a sword in their left hand and a wand in their right? Even if their reason told them that such a thing seemed to have no practical use in a real magical duel, they couldn't resist one word: cool. Cool was all that mattered. I'm so jealous. Ron muttered softly, his tone full of resentment. Why can't I take that class? Harry raised his eyebrows and glanced at him, his tone fairly rational. Ron, that's just showing off, and it's quite dangerous. There's a reason why it's only an elective starting in the 3rd year. Ron shook his head, but his gaze unconsciously fell on his 2 older brothers not far away, his eyes full of regret. Who said I'm jealous of them showing off? He sighed. Alas, I've missed a business opportunity. The Weasley twins had already taken action. They had set up a caterpillar ninja stall. They began renting out their bone nails and also sold pheromone caterpillars for other students to experience slashing practice, even thoughtfully providing on-site guidance. Many students who hadn't been able to sign up for the course gathered around, taking out money while lamenting that they were too late. And this craze clearly didn't stop there. While the students were heatedly discussing Thorn's course, the outside world had already begun to pay attention to the soul magic he had demonstrated. Especially its application in the medical field. After all, that almost simple and crude treatment method was practically a direct challenge to the existing medical magic system. In a sense, Thorn had even become a recent celebrity in the wizarding world. It was just that he himself was temporarily unaware of all this. Driven by various publicity and rumors, the late registration for Thorn's course became exceptionally popular, especially among Gryffindor students, whose numbers were somewhat exaggerated. This also directly led to his new troubles. Thus, he now held a letter from Diagon Alley in his hand. Dear Mr. Thorn, your order for magical creature bone materials, totaling 33 items, amounts to 2,666 galleons. Please provide your Gringotts vault number, and we will arrange for someone to come and collect the payment. Jim's Bone Material Shop. Thorn looked at the letter in his hand, his brow involuntarily furrowing. Oh dear. A single coin can stump even a hero. His original plan was to equip every student taking his course at the school with a high-quality bone nail. But judging by the current situation, forget high-quality ones, even the most ordinary bone nails probably can't be provided to every 6th-year student. Although currently, only 1 class each for 3rd and 4th years, and 1 class for 6th years, have officially started the course. However, as more and more students sign up, training tools like bone nails must be prepared in sufficient quantities. But the problem lies precisely here. Ever since Thorn's previous Dragon Tooth purchase incident, Professor McGonagall has completely tightened her approval of his funding. No matter how eloquently he argues, the budget is never approved. Thorn pondered for a moment where he stood, ultimately making a decision. For the 6th-year course, temporarily cancel the bone nail training. After all, without a foundation built from childhood, even if they practice desperately during their remaining school years, it's difficult to truly elevate this skill to any great height. Rather than that, it's better to let them start directly with the part about soul magic. Having figured this out, Thorn carefully put away the letter, stood up, and walked towards the direction of the teacher's lounge. Even if McGonagall is unwilling, there's always room to try again. Before long, Thorn arrived at the teacher's lounge. Many professors were already seated inside, with black tea and plates of finger biscuits on the table. The air was filled with the mingled fragrance of butter and tea leaves. As soon as Thorn entered, Ms. Earthworm, Professor Sprout, greeted him with a smile. Come, Eric, freshly baked biscuits. Several deans were chatting nearby. Thorn walked over and sat down but shook his head. No, Pomona. I gave up biscuits a month ago. Why? Professor Sprout was somewhat puzzled. These are made with a secret recipe butter. Yes, indeed. Professor Flitwick said, stuffing another piece into his mouth and chewing happily. The corner of Thorn's mouth twitched slightly. Then you'll have to ask Hagrid. If he didn't have a human face, I'd probably have perished with him by now. He said, pouring himself a cup of black tea. Flitwick obviously didn't quite understand the meaning, but he cheerfully picked up the conversation. But Eric, your first class has already become legendary within the school. In the students' tales, you're almost like King Arthur. HMPH. A cold voice came from the side. Snape was eating finger biscuits expressionlessly. Stabbing yourself in front of students is certainly creative. Thorn smiled, completely unperturbed. That's fine, you can imitate me too, Severus. He said lightly, I think if you performed drinking poison in front of the Gryffindor students, you'd probably get a standing ovation too. In the lounge, several professors lowered their heads to drink their tea, trying hard to suppress their laughter. Snape shot Thorn a cold glare, said nothing more, and directly stood up and left the lounge. Ever since Thorn, casually, stabbed Snape last time, this kind of mutual banter had become a frequent occurrence between the two. The other professors were long used to it. And Thorn had also roughly grasped the long-standing conflict between Slytherin and Gryffindor within Hogwarts. Thus, he would occasionally target Snape's sore spots from this angle. Next, Thorn consulted the several deans on some teaching issues. For example, how to handle live wires like the Weasley twins to ensure they don't disrupt the class or blow up the castle. During the discussion, a cup of black tea was soon finished, and the plate of finger biscuits on the table was almost cleared out by Professor Flitwick. Only then did Thorn somewhat hesitantly turn his head to look at the mosquito beside him. Oh no, Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall. Funding matters are off the table. Professor McGonagall, who had been using her slender proboscis to sip tea, immediately retracted it upon hearing this, looking up directly at Thorn. Professor Thorn, our funding is very tight. Her tone was calm but brooked no argument. Current funds must be prioritized for the construction of the Soul Totem. This is for the long-term development of soul magic. She paused, then added another blow. Moreover, a month ago, you already exhausted the portion of the budget you could allocate. Thorn fell silent. At this moment, two large characters seemed to be clearly written on Professor McGonagall's face. No money. Professor Sprout, holding a plate of freshly baked finger biscuits, walked over. Actually, Eric, she said gently as she set down the plate, your soul magic is quite practical in terms of healing too, isn't it? Thorn looked up. Perhaps you could go see Madame Pomfrey and try to establish a new medical project. Sprout smiled. That way, the funding issue might just be solved. Thorn's eyes immediately lit up. Oh right. He abruptly stood up. All right then, see you all tomorrow. I'm heading home first. Before the words even finished, he had already rushed out of the teacher's lounge. Professor Sprout sat back down, somewhat puzzled. Home. What does that mean? Professor McGonagall smiled, reaching for a finger biscuit. For psychiatric patients, returning to the hospital is just like going home, isn't it? Ms. Earthworm. Perhaps we really should have Thorn checked out at a Muggle hospital. Oh, I see, Ms. Mosquito. Sprout nodded thoughtfully. Then I'll have to consider mixing some sand into the new biscuit recipe. Cough. Cough. No, Pomona. McGonagall hastily coughed and waved her hand. That was a joke. And at this very moment, Thorn, who had already rushed out of the teacher's lounge and was excitedly heading towards the school's hospital wing, was suddenly called to a halt. Professor Thorn. Thorn stopped abruptly and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a large snail with a purple scarf wrapped around its shell waving at him. There are some matters I'd like to consult you about. It was Professor Quirrell. Because a heavy garlic odor was also assaulting him from the surroundings. Regarding the extraction and subsequent infusion of souls. I think we might be able to bring back some departed magical masters. Really, Professor Quirrell, I knew you were a kindred spirit. Thorn's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward, warmly shaking Quirrell's hand. However, there's one point in what you just said that needs correction. The weak, timid smile on Quirrell's face faltered slightly. Thorn pulled a small glass vial from his pocket, containing a liquid that shimmered faintly. Soul, he said solemnly, this is a substance I extracted through special means, used to sustain life. He shook the vial gently. Of course, if you use the bone nails I crafted as tools, you too can extract soul from living beings. But one thing is certain, only living beings can produce soul. Wait. Quirrell stammered. Professor Thorn, I wanted to ask, why, is it only you who can extract this substance? Thorn raised an eyebrow. Well, he thought for a moment. I'm not entirely sure myself. It might be related to my constitution. An expression of sudden understanding dawned on Quirrell's face. Oh, so it's a talent. It's not that big a deal. Thorn attempted modesty. It's only really useful when extracting soul. After saying this, he quickly steered the conversation back. As for those deceased master wizards you mentioned earlier, they probably no longer possess soul. But in this world, another form of remnant still exists. He turned sideways and pointed into the distance. For example, wraiths. At that very moment, a massive figure drifted slowly into view. The Hufflepuff ghost, the Fat Friar. In Thorn's eyes, it was an exceptionally large worm, with a benevolent smile on its face, waving at Thorn as it passed by. Thorn nodded politely in return, then looked back at the pensive Quirrell. Their continued existence in this world relies not on soul, but on dream. Dream contains a vast amount of the emotions and thoughts they held in life. Typically, when a person, a bug, no, a human, possesses an extremely powerful obsession, they will transform into dream after death, lingering in this world. I believe these ghosts are the same. Quirrell listened intently, blinking before cautiously asking. Then, Professor Thorn, is it possible that some dreams lingering in the world, could also produce soul? Hearing this, Thorn perked up instantly. He narrowed his eyes and licked his lips in excitement. You know of such beings. Where? Quirrell was startled by his sudden change in demeanor. What's wrong? Thorn took a deep breath, his speech noticeably speeding up. The scenario you describe is exceedingly rare. Only warriors of immense power in life could possibly form a special dream existence. Warrior's dream. His tone was filled with undisguised fervor. Such beings produce something called dream essence, which is an excellent material for nourishing the dream nail. Dream nail. Quirrell subconsciously repeated the name. How to put it? Thorn thought for a moment, his tone casual yet unable to hide its gravity. It's a rather incredible treasure, capable of cutting through the barrier between dream and reality, peering into others' dreams, even moving while ignoring spatial restrictions. I suspect it could even be used in places where apparition is forbidden. He paused, then added. To my knowledge, it was most likely crafted by the Moth tribe. Well, that's not important. Thorn abruptly changed the subject. You said earlier you've seen a warrior's dream. Where? Quirrell had been somewhat dumbfounded, but upon hearing the word, moth, his expression calmed somewhat. I haven't actually seen one. He chuckled dryly, waving a hand. Just asking out of curiosity, haha. After a pause, Quirrell asked as if casually. Then, Professor Thorn, do you possess this so-called dream nail? The light in Thorn's eyes dimmed for a moment. He shook his head. I did once, but I lost it due to some circumstances. As for whether he could obtain it again, like if the system felt generous and gave it as a reward, that was hard to say. After all, the final reward for a single scenario in this system was a warrior's dream, so it wasn't impossible for it to throw in a dream nail as a bonus. Thorn thought this to himself, but his expression quickly brightened again. But it's fine. He suddenly grew excited again. I'm sure such cases exist. How about this? We collaborate. Quirrell was taken aback. Collaborate. Yes. Thorn grew more animated as he spoke. We could launch a research project on dreams, while also expanding into the areas of soul extraction and injection. That is, the discarded drafts I originally wrote into the syllabus, the ones that got rejected later. He lowered his voice, revealing a meaningful smile. When the time comes, we won't be in the same research group as Professor McGonagall, so she won't be able to oversee us. The very thought of this excited Thorn immensely. However, the next second, he glanced down at the time. Oh dear, it's about time. Any later and Madame Pomfrey might be off to dinner. I'd better get going. Thorn turned to leave, but a hesitant voice came from behind him. Oh, Professor Thorn. The soul. Thorn turned back with a smile, pulling the small vial of liquid soul from his pocket and directly handing it to Quirrell. It's yours. I've got dozens more jars back in my place, no worries. Quirrell accepted it with both hands, his gaze almost glued to the faintly glowing liquid, his breathing unconsciously softening. So this is the soul that can replace existing healing magic. Before Quirrell could react, Thorn muttered under his breath. Running a bit late. Ah well, it should be fine. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Thorn had already dashed to the spiral staircase. The next moment, Thorn leapt into the air. Mid-jump, his figure abruptly halted. Then, under Quirrell's horrified gaze, Thorn's entire body transformed into a blinding streak of white light, plunging straight down through the central gap of the spiral staircase. Boom! A dull thud echoed from below. Quirrell stood frozen in place for a good while before snapping back to reality. He hurried to the railing and looked down. Downstairs, Thorn's figure had completely vanished. Only shattered bricks and stones remained, along with a small crater in the center of the floor, its edges still traced with fading white light. Is this the true power of soul magic? Quirrell murmured to himself. Even he didn't realize his stutter was gone, his voice now filled with pure shock and fervor. However, at that very moment, a low, icy voice suddenly spoke from behind his head. Fool! Quirrell shuddered violently, his legs almost giving way on instinct, nearly collapsing to his knees. He gripped the railing tightly, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Master. The voice spoke again, laden with suppressed gloom and bewilderment. Power is irrelevant. That Thorn, just now, he vanished directly from this world. After a brief silence, the voice held a trace of undeniable awe for the first time. Incredible, that a magic capable of such an effect exists. Quirrell's pupils contracted sharply. Even the master has never seen it. Immediately after, the voice lowered, reaching a decision. Such talent must either serve me, or must be eliminated, swiftly. Thorn naturally had no idea that someone had already begun secretly keeping an eye on him. At the moment, he was simply in a hurry. In the heat of the moment earlier, he had used one of the 3 white arts, Desolate Dive. It was a magic he had, learned from the Lord of the Soul Sanctuary. A spell that involves diving down from a height to attack an enemy. What's most special about it is that, during its use, the caster gains a brief period of invincibility, making it an exceptionally useful spell. He had only intended to move faster, never expecting its power to be so absurd, blasting a hole straight through the castle floor. Walking briskly, Thorn mentally calculated. First, discuss the new project with Madame Pomfrey. Later, he could just repair the floor with his newly learned transfiguration. After all, if it's not noticeable, it doesn't count as an accident. Before long, he arrived at the school's hospital wing. Just as he raised his hand to push the door, it was pulled open from the inside first. Stepping out was Dumbledore. The old bee held a chocolate bar and, upon seeing Thorn, clearly paused for a moment before speaking with a smile. Oh, Eric, have you been eating Hagrid's rock cakes again? Thorn's mouth twitched. No, Principal, I quit those ages ago. He paused briefly. You are? Oh, just here for a dental checkup. Dumbledore replied lightly. As he spoke, he took a bite of the chocolate bar right in front of Thorn, an expression of utter contentment spreading across his face. Thorn, with magic as a safety net, is this the kind of nonchalance you get in old age? However, Thorn quickly realized this was a good opportunity. He simply stood his ground and laid out all his ideas, his plan to research the application of the soul in healing magic with Madame Pomfrey, and his intention to collaborate with Professor Quirrell on dream-related studies. Finally, after a slight hesitation, Thorn also shared his research concept regarding soul extraction and injection. After listening, Dumbledore did not respond immediately. He narrowed his eyes, stuffed the remaining chocolate bar into his mouth in one go, then pulled from his pocket a handful of candies that looked like cockroaches. As for exactly how many sweets were hidden in this old principal's pockets, perhaps only Merlin knew. Dumbledore slowly ate one of the cockroach clusters, then gently shook his head. Immediately after, he raised his hand and gave a casual wave. Thorn felt the air around him tremble slightly, as if enveloped by a transparent barrier. The next moment, Dumbledore spoke with a smile. Eric, are you truly aiming for a prison meal? His gaze clearly held the expression of, I already know everything. Thorn was taken aback, then his eyes began to dart around. PR principal. I didn't mean to. He cleared his throat dryly. How about, deduct the floor repair costs from my salary? This time, Dumbledore was genuinely stunned. An unexpected bonus. But after a moment, he still nodded. All right, we'll do as you suggest. Just as Thorn breathed a sigh of relief, he heard Dumbledore's tone shift. However, there's one more small issue. Thorn's heart tightened. Another one. What is it? The old bee popped another cockroach cluster into his mouth, his tone casual. Nothing major. Merely, collaborating with a suspected terrorist leader in an attempt to fraudulently obtain educational funds for research into a project that's against humanity. His smile remained benevolent. At worst, it might just earn you a kiss from a dementor. A trifling matter tilde. A trifling matter tilde. 10 minutes later. Thorn sat in the small office of the hospital wing with a look of utter disbelief. Across from him, the old bee, Dumbledore, had already finished all the cockroach clusters in his hand while talking and was now leisurely pulling out a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Their conversation was tightly sealed by a silencing charm, a private discussion for which Madame Pomfrey had cleared the space. Dumbledore picked out a honey-flavored bean, tossed it into his mouth, chewed, gave a slight nod, then looked at Thorn. Quite shocking, isn't it? That someone could be so wicked, even in a state of mere remnant soul, still parasitizing others to commit evil. Thorn stared at him. No. He spoke slowly, actually, I've seen worse. There was a bug who felt forgotten, so it made all the other bugs' bodies spew orange juice. Then, he abruptly raised his voice. What I find unbelievable is you, Dumbledore. Thorn practically stood up, slamming his hand on the table. How could you let such a person into Hogwarts? Don't you have any idea how many students are here? As he spoke, he reached out and snatched the bag of candies from Dumbledore's hand. Still eating, Thorn glared at the bag of every flavor beans, his tone indignant. Look, I may not exactly see students as people either, but that's because I'm mentally ill. He looked up, staring straight at Dumbledore. What about you, old bee? Have you caught it from me? Dumbledore's insect-like, compound eyes watched Thorn, their light seeming to diffuse slightly, genuinely appearing somewhat surprised. Oh. His tone was leisurely. Eric, your sharp words remind me of Severus. Thorn snorted coldly and turned his face away. Well, why do you think we're both mammals? Dumbledore glanced down at the every flavor beans Thorn had appropriated, hesitated for a moment, then fished out a piece of toffee from the depths of his pocket. This action left Thorn speechless. No wonder Madame Pomfrey always kept a supply of teeth-strengthening potion on hand. Dumbledore placed the toffee in his mouth, savored it for a moment, then spoke again. Regarding student safety, you can rest assured. I've been keeping a close watch. On this point, Thorn did believe him. After all, Dumbledore had been fully aware of the entire incident when he and Snape had stabbed each other. As for the reason, Dumbledore paused briefly, it's because of a prophecy. A prophecy about Harry. In the future, Lord Voldemort, that is, the dark wizard possessing Quirrell, will face him in a decisive battle between fated rivals, and only one of the two will survive. To ensure that, in the end, that Dark Lord meets his destined death, I need to pave the way for Harry's future. Here, he suddenly stopped and turned his gaze to Thorn. The air grew quiet for a moment. Thorn raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. Go on. Dumbledore seemed taken aback. You can accept this. Of course. You don't find it strange. Thorn shook his head. But, it's a prophecy, something intangible and elusive. He shrugged. Sorry, but I've been a world savior before, so this doesn't seem like much to me. Thorn looked directly at Dumbledore. However, if you want to fulfill this prophecy, you'll need to tell me what you want me to do, so I can cooperate properly. Dumbledore looked at him appreciatively and gave a slight nod. Excellent. Well then, I think you should just proceed with Querelle on some research that interests you both. Thorn raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. So, you'll approve our project? And give us loads of funding? Of course not. Why would I fund such an inhumane project? Thorn's expression instantly turned deadpan. But you still need to conduct this kind of research with him, Dumbledore added unhurriedly. However, it needs to involve a bit of containment. Diverting his attention elsewhere is the most important thing. And he retrieved from his robes the small spherical masks Thorn had previously given him. Make some of these for him. 3 minutes later. Oh, so you're saying that Querelle came to steal the Philosopher's Stone, aiming for the elixir of life. Thorn slowly pieced together his thoughts, looking at Dumbledore as he restated word by word. And then you want me to partner with him to research the elixir of life, just so he can steal that Philosopher's Stone at the right time. After listening, Dumbledore showed a rather gratified expression and nodded gently. Not a step wrong, Thorn. You have quite the strategic mind. Thorn fell silent for a moment. Principal, I think you'd actually look quite good in a skirt. Dumbledore was clearly taken aback. Oh, really? Once, a friend also said that about me, he said in a nostalgic tone. I actually did try it, for example. Thorn rolled his eyes directly. Because only someone who takes off his pants to fart would come up with something like this. So you might as well skip the process altogether. Who needs ventilation? He stood up as he spoke, as if having already resigned himself to his fate. All right, I'll do the work for you. Then, he changed his tone. However, appropriate compensation is still necessary. Dumbledore barely hesitated. I can allow your project with Madame Pomfrey to continue and allocate you additional funding. Thorn, however, shook his head. No, that's what I'm owed. He raised his head, his tone growing more serious. The compensation I need is a place that can withstand significant destruction. For me to practice soul magic. After all, Thorn spread his hands, my pitiful salary can't withstand any more deductions in any form. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, then revealed a meaningful smile. In that case, there is indeed a place that meets your requirements. Or rather, that place can satisfy anyone's needs. Really? Thorn raised an eyebrow. As expected of Hogwarts. He glanced down at the exploration progress, 56% displayed on his panel. Thorn genuinely acknowledged the vastness and diversity of this magical castle. It's been almost 2 months. And I still haven't explored it all. Before leaving, Thorn suddenly stopped and turned back to ask. By the way, about Querelle, how do you plan to handle him? Steamed, or braised? Dumbledore blinked, revealing a gentle yet meaningful smile. Eric, I thought you might hold some pity for such a small figure blindly pursuing power. At least, in my original assumption, that would have been your attitude. Thorn snorted coldly. Possessing exceptional intelligence, but abusing magic, blindly pursuing strength, ultimately leading to self-distortion and mental inflation. I've already seen 2 such existences, both former colleagues of mine. He held up 2 fingers. One is called stupidity. The other is called mistake. Thorn's tone was icy. I suppose Querelle is probably the next one. Since he's already confirmed to be a dark wizard, there's no need to be polite anymore. Better to treat him as another former colleague and deal with him sooner. As his words fell, he turned and dashed out of the hospital wing, heading straight for the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. At the end of the corridor, the heavy wooden door was tightly closed. Thorn stood before the door, gripping the bone nail in his hand, and shouted in a low voice. Powerful slash. Sorry, I wrote it wrong in 2 places earlier. Thud. With a dull thud, the entire door was split in half, wood chips flying, the broken door panels crashing to the ground with a heavy echo. It was clearly enchanted, but it couldn't withstand Thorn's single strike. Thorn stepped inside. In the classroom, a giant snail was frantically wrapping a purple scarf around its shell, its movements panicked and clumsy. Querelle looked up in terror at Thorn, who had barged into the classroom holding a bone nail, his face pale as he tremblingly raised his wand. Thorn. What are you doing? Thorn didn't even glance at the wand. A strong smell of garlic filled the air. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone calm yet terrifyingly firm. Quirinus Querelle. What is your dream? 40 minutes later. Let's get along well from now on, Professor Thorn. We're on the same side now. Sure, no problem. Thorn nodded, his tone casual. Also, Just call me Eric, it's fine. Oh, and this door, I was in a bit of a hurry earlier, so. It's fine, it's fine. Quirrell waved his hands repeatedly. I'll fix it myself later, Eric, don't worry about it. Thorn nodded, showing a somewhat friendly smile, then turned and left, bidding farewell to the giant snail. Walking down the corridor, the pungent garlic smell gradually faded until it disappeared completely. Turning a corner, Thorn saw Dumbledore standing there, hands behind his back, smiling at him. So, success? The principal asked. Thorn nodded. Of course, very smoothly. I'll write up the project proposal and give it to him tomorrow. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. And the specifics? Did you discuss any technical details? Thorn thought for a moment. Probably not. Then what did you talk about for 40 minutes? Nothing much, Thorn spread his hands. We just spent 39 minutes cursing you together, and then he agreed as soon as I proposed it. Dumbledore looked at Thorn, his expression unusually stiff for a moment. Thorn shrugged. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly either, but this method of communication seems quite efficient. Dumbledore remained silent for a good while, finally sighing. All right, as long as it succeeded. I don't mind these details. However, from Thorn's perspective, the old bee's compound eyes had gathered together again, casting a meaningful, somewhat malicious glance towards the direction of Quirrell's office. The attitude couldn't be clearer. He didn't look indifferent at all. Thorn shrugged and continued. All right, the job's done. Time to take me to that place for magic experiments, right? Dumbledore nodded. Fine, but I need to check on it first. I'll take you there tomorrow after you finish teaching the 6th-year class. Thorn's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that so? To be honest, I'm a bit skeptical if that thing even exists. You're not planning to build it brick by brick overnight, are you? Eric, Dumbledore said earnestly, that's where you're wrong. Don't always think the worst of your superiors. Ha! Thorn sneered. If you hadn't tricked me into signing that indenture contract before, I might have actually believed you. Dumbledore seemed struck in a sore spot, briefly choking up. Well, alright then. It's settled. Tomorrow after your class, come to the 4th floor of the main tower. I'll take you there. At the same time, in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, where the door had just been repaired, Quirrell reached out and gently touched the not yet vanished crack on the doorframe. The rough texture under his fingertips sent a shiver of lingering fear through him. Just then, the familiar, low voice sounded from the back of his head. Ha! This matter is very likely a trap. That Thorn's origins are unknown, his background unclear, yet he dares to claim he can create a permanent elixir of life. It's not surprising that Dumbledore would set such bait, but you must be cautious. Quirrell nodded slightly, then hesitated and whispered. But, Master, I can't help but feel his hatred for Dumbledore is very real. The voice from the back of his head fell silent for a moment. Fool, that's simply hating one's boss. Don't you understand? Quirrell was on the verge of tears. Didn't he understand? He understood all too well. But what could he say with his boss at the back of his head? The next day, while mentally planning his upcoming visit to Dumbledore, Thorn rubbed his eyes and watched students file into the classroom. The number of 6th-year students was much smaller compared to the 3rd and 4th years. All 4 houses combined only amounted to 7 or 8 people. This wasn't surprising, as Thorn hadn't approved those late registration applications. For one, the teaching materials weren't fully prepared. Secondly, without proper tools, Thorn decided to teach soul magic directly. Letting in students who thought swordsmanship was cool would likely only lead to disappointment. Thorn yawned, mentally hanging the inventor of the 8 a.m. class system on a lamppost and flogging the corpse repeatedly. Then, as usual, he gave a well-rehearsed self-introduction and got straight to the point. All right, students. You've probably heard something about this course, but I'd like to hear why you signed up first. Unlike the 3rd and 4th years, almost all the 6th-year students raised their hands simultaneously, looking quite eager. Thorn was about to call on someone when he remembered something and added. If it's because you don't need to buy textbooks, or you think you'll learn killing curses here, don't bother answering. As soon as he finished speaking, every hand in the classroom went down in unison. Thorn nearly toppled off the podium. All right then. As expected of the first batch of students who signed up during the summer holidays, this situation wasn't entirely unforeseen. He cleared his throat and rephrased the question. Then, haven't you heard any rumors that sparked some other curiosity about soul magic? The students exchanged glances and shook their heads. At that moment, a female student in Slytherin robes, who looked like a squirrel, raised her hand and spoke. Professor, at our age, most people should be looking for internships or preparing for their apparition tests. Swordsmanship, that's the kind of thing only kids have Don Quixote-style fantasies about. The other insects nodded in agreement, clearly having heard the rumors but having zero interest. Immediately after, a Hufflepuff beetle chimed in. Yeah, Professor, how about we discuss just not having class? There's no exam anyway, or at least no attendance. It'd be easier for you, more comfortable for us, and what you're teaching, we'll only learn it for one term, so it's probably useless anyway. Oh ho. Thorn understood, they were treating his class as a blow-off course. He gave a cold laugh and shook his head slightly. Fine, I get it. However, you've misunderstood one thing. From the very beginning, I never intended to teach you any swordsmanship. He paused for effect. As for what you said, soul magic being useless. HMPH, I wonder if you've heard the other rumor about my class. Before the words fully left his mouth, Thorn had already drawn the bone nail from his waist. A cold glint flashed. The students instinctively leaned back a step. The squirrel couldn't help but gulp and said cautiously. I've heard, you make students stab each other in class. But you also said we wouldn't do that yet, right? Thorn slowly shook his head. That's for the 3rd and 4th years. For you 6th years, it's just right. The air instantly froze. Professor. Is it too late to drop the class? Thorn grinned. Too late. All of you, come up to the front and line up. He pulled a bottle of soul from his robes and gently shook it in the light. Today, I'll let you see with your own eyes whether soul magic is useful or not. Half an hour later, all the students were sitting safely back in their seats. Not a single cut on them, and they even looked quite pleased. A snail lowered its voice and remarked to its companion. Wow, the effect of condensation is incredible. Even stronger than using essence of Dittany directly. Yeah, another snail nodded repeatedly. I'm about to start my internship at St. Mungo's. If I bring some of this, maybe I'll get yelled at less. Exactly. I think the professor was too gentle with the cut just now. I didn't even get to properly feel the condensation before it was over. Want me to give you a cut now, then? Listening to the students' chatter, Thorn nodded in satisfaction. The teaching method now was almost identical to what he used when instructing Snape. He had taught the complete condensation technique to these 6th-year students. Of course, out of basic professional sense, he couldn't actually stab them. The so-called practical session was merely letting them get a minor scratch and personally experience the effects of condensation. This was the final plan after much back and forth and compromise with Professor McGonagall. Though Thorn always wondered, how could a school hiding the Dark Lord dare call itself the safest place in the wizarding world? That's just nonsense. Among this batch, the 2 snails from Ravenclaw grasped it the fastest, even figuring out how to temporarily store soul within their bodies. Of course, the amount they could store was quite limited. At that moment, the Slytherin squirrel raised her hand. Thorn had already memorized her name, Gemma Farley, the Slytherin female prefect. Why she needed credits and chose this class remained a mystery for now. Although initially negative, after witnessing the practical value of condensation firsthand, she studied with exceptional seriousness. Professor, Farley asked, was this teaching method something you planned from the start? When I try to use condensation without being injured, it feels very sluggish, like the soul has nowhere to go. As she spoke, she dipped her long tail into the soul to test it. No reaction. Thorn smiled. Ah, that. You have Professor Snape to thank for that. He and I experimented it out together. He actually got stabbed by me back then. As soon as he finished, several students exchanged glances, their faces showing expressions as so that's how it is. I knew it, there's definitely a connection. Yeah, maybe this is Hogwarts, teaching reform. But, once a year like this, can the professors handle it? Hearing the whispers, Thorn raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Farley quietly retracted her tail, her tone subtle. Professor, you don't know. Yesterday afternoon, Professor Snape drank a dose of poison right in class, terrifying the 1st years. Apparently, a student even used a bazaar to cure him. Only later did they find out he was doing it to teach them on-the-spot crisis response. Thorn's mouth slowly fell open. He actually did it. Wasn't that the terrible idea Thorn had tossed out in the staff room yesterday? It was just a joke. That's extreme. And he ate poop. Yikes. The more he thought about it, the more extreme it seemed. Thorn slowly nodded, a complex mix of respect in his eyes. Indeed. Among mammals, recognition of teaching philosophies often finds common ground. Shaking his head, Thorn steered the conversation back on track. All right, he patted the podium. I see everyone has grasped the condensation technique well enough. Then we can start on something new, about real magic. Hearing this, all the insects perked up. After witnessing the practicality of the soul firsthand, they were brimming with interest in what Thorn would teach next. Thorn turned and wrote 2 large characters on the blackboard. Singing. The classroom fell silent for a second. Several insects looked at each other, faces full of confusion. Singing. What does that have to do with soul magic? Seeing their confusion, Thorn explained with a smile. As I said before, the soul is the vital energy that keeps a living being functioning. And for this energy to be fully utilized, it needs a channel. For example, fully mobilizing anger to create a spirit, or modifying our physical state to achieve a complete release of the soul. He paused here. But obviously, these are too difficult for you all and require considerable talent. So, Thorn extended a finger and tapped his own throat. We'll use the organ most easily connected to the soul. The vocal cords. Which is why I'm teaching you to sing, also serving as a supplement to Hogwarts' aesthetic education. Several insects swallowed reflexively. Thorn cleared his throat, his tone suddenly turning solemn. Most importantly, the magic we're learning today is called howling wraiths. Simply put, it makes the soul scream for us, causing widespread destruction. He thought for a moment and added, I used this magic to demolish a building once. A collective gasp echoed through the classroom. Of course, Thorn waved his hand. Don't be afraid, I'll control it properly today. Finished speaking, he stood up straight in front of the students, chest out, head up, taking a deep breath, clearly, gathering his energy. The most important thing for this magic is emotion. So when you choose a song, it's best to pick one that can stir intense emotions in you. Like the one I chose. All the students held their breath involuntarily. What kind of song could possibly stir emotions in this professor? A song about a pay cut. The budget/march. The next second, Thorn began to sing. If one day I fall for your wife tilde, if your wife also falls for me tilde. Brother, please don't cry out loud tilde, I promise I won't let her suffer any grievance tilde. The entire class was instantly thunderstruck, utterly flabbergasted. Visibly, around Thorn, white spirit mouths materialized out of thin air, gaping wide, singing along with the melody. His voice was layered and amplified, creating a 3-dimensional, reverberating, even slightly tearing effect. Without a doubt, this was magic. And it was wandless casting. A method theoretically extremely difficult, almost exclusive to high-level spellcasters. But at this moment, no one was paying attention to these technical details anymore. All the students' attention was completely captured by the lyrics, bizarre to the point of being nearly criminal. The entire classroom sank into an eerie silence. Only the 2 snails from Ravenclaw were exceptions. Not only were they not stunned, they listened with great relish, even gently tapping their feet to the rhythm. The song ended. Frowning, Thorn gave a light cough. The white spirits with gaping mouths surrounding him gradually dissipated into the air. His throat wasn't in the best condition. Never mind, he waved his hand, looking at the students below. How did it feel, everyone? I call this casting method, soul singing. The insects remained in a dazed silence for a moment. It was Farley who snapped back first. She spat out her tail, which she had unconsciously bitten into her mouth, and said in a complex tone. Professor, this singing, truly, touches the soul. Thorn was quite satisfied with this evaluation and nodded. Very insightful. Everyone, the most important technique in this process is to be full of emotion. First, store the soul within your body through condensation, then fully mobilize and release it while singing. Although it doesn't have much destructive power at the moment, he thought for a moment and added. For you, learning choosing in surround sound is already a pretty good skill. You might even get a job with it. The insects below the podium were still somewhat dazed, clearly not yet recovered from the mental shock. Thorn stroked his chin, his tone softening a bit. Expecting you to learn how to sing directly in class is indeed a bit difficult. And with different cultural backgrounds, the lyrics that truly move the soul are different. So, he raised his hand, extending a finger. I'll give you 1 week. Find a piece of lyrics that can genuinely stir your emotions, as a homework assignment. If anyone can find lyrics more impactful than mine. Thorn smiled. I'll give you extra credit. The students collectively twitched at the corners of their mouths. Rest assured, Professor. That level of impact, we probably really can't find it. And right at that moment, a sound came from the back of the classroom. One of the two snails from Ravenclaw had already turned around and was singing passionately to its companion. The other didn't stop it at all. Instead, it nodded along with a serious expression. Clearly, they were the only two in the class who found nothing strange about the lyrics. Thorn watched this scene and fell silent for 2 seconds. Perhaps, this is also a kind of talent. Soon after, the bell signaling the end of class rang. The students practically fled the classroom, each with a terrified look, as if just liberated from some mental torture. Seeing this, Thorn instead showed a satisfied expression. Being so proactive in mentally preparing for the next class meant the teaching effect was quite good. He glanced at the time, remembered Dumbledore's prior arrangement, and immediately set off towards the mentioned location. 10 minutes later. Castle Main Tower, 4th floor. Thorn climbed up the spiral staircase. As soon as he looked up, he saw Dumbledore already standing there. The old principal held a small bag of lemon sherbet candies, looking relaxed, as if waiting for an old friend. Professor. Thorn greeted him and walked forward. His actions were quite familiar. He directly took a candy from the bag, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth, showing not the slightest hint of politeness. Dumbledore didn't mind this at all, just smiled gently and asked, "Did the second class go smoothly?" Of course. Thorn spoke somewhat vaguely with the candy in his mouth. The students loved it immensely. If the practice room you arranged for me this time is suitable, I can formally teach them proper soul magic. Dumbledore nodded slightly, then changed the subject. However, I seem to have received something here, from the students who just finished your class. Saying this, he pulled out a few letters from his robe. On the front of the envelopes, 3 words were written particularly conspicuously. Complaint letters. Thorn almost spat out the candy in his mouth. It's only been 10 minutes since class ended. He widened his eyes, that was fast. Dumbledore smiled and handed him the letters. I glanced through them briefly. Nothing major. Mainly that you're too serious, and, your singing is terrible, and the lyrics are inhumane. That's part of aesthetic education, alright. Thorn rolled his eyes but took the letters to look. Indeed, no principled issues. Most of the content boiled down to one thing. They thought it was a fluff class, but ended up being forced to take a substantial lesson and couldn't handle it. Thorn shook his head, looking indifferent. Fine, there are plenty of people wanting to add the class anyway. Let those who want to drop it do so. He said, casually checking the origins of the complaint letters. 1 from Hufflepuff, 1 from Gryffindor, and 2 from Slytherin. He paused, somewhat surprised, none from Ravenclaw. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. Ravenclaw has always been like that, their way of thinking is quite different. And I imagine your class would actually be quite popular with them. Thorn didn't quite understand for a moment. Was it because the spell system he inherited from the snails naturally appealed to knowledge-seeking students like Ravenclaws? Or perhaps, it was specifically effective against snails. He couldn't help but recall the snail lady he encountered when he first acquired this knowledge. Shaking his head, he didn't dwell on it further. Regardless, Dumbledore had already motioned for him to continue, leading Thorn towards their true destination. Hogwarts Main Tower, 8th floor. Leaning on the railing, Thorn gasped for breath, then turned to glare at Dumbledore, who remained perfectly composed beside him. He caught his breath, his tone full of resentment. Why didn't you say it was on the 8th floor earlier? I was just teaching a class here. Dumbledore just smiled, looking utterly unfazed. A bit of exercise, young man. And. He looked ahead, we've arrived. Thorn followed his gaze. The two of them now stood before a huge tapestry. The tapestry depicted Barnabas the Barmy, earnestly trying to teach a troll to dance ballet, an absurd and bizarre scene. And opposite the tapestry was a completely unremarkable stretch of blank wall. Thorn frowned. So, where is the place we're going? Dumbledore gave a meaningful smile and pointed at the blank wall. Walk past this section of wall 3 times. Focus your mind, think about what you need. Frankly, it sounded exactly like some kind of prank. Especially with that infuriatingly smug smile on Dumbledore's face. But Thorn still followed the instructions, half believing, half doubting. He started from the window at one end of the blank wall, walked to the person high vase at the other end, and then turned back. As he walked, he silently repeated in his mind. A place that can withstand the destructive power of soul magic. A place that can withstand the destructive power of soul magic. On the third turn, Dumbledore's voice suddenly rang out. All right, Eric. Welcome to the Room of Requirement. Thorn's steps halted. On the originally bare white wall, an extremely smooth wooden door had appeared out of nowhere. Dumbledore had already stepped forward, grasped the brass handle, and pulled it gently. The door swung open inward without a sound. He was the first to step inside. Thorn followed closely behind. Beyond the door was a spacious room, lit by torches around its perimeter. The lighting was almost identical to that used in the underground classrooms. The only difference was that the walls here weren't brick and mortar, but were constructed from irregular blocks of gray stone, appearing heavy and solid. The moment he stepped into the room, a familiar prompt abruptly popped into his mind. Ding. Current Special Environment Exploration Progress, 60%. Reward. Spell Fragment times 1, issued. Currently held. 2. Current Special Environment. Hogwarts Castle, 60.1%. Thorn was slightly taken aback. That's quite a significant increase. It seems this place really is a rather important location for Hogwarts. Dumbledore surveyed the room's interior, raising an eyebrow. It seems, there's nothing particularly special about it. His tone was gentle, yet carried a hint of confusion. Is this really the place you believe can withstand soul magic? Thorn didn't answer immediately. He walked slowly into the room, crouched down, and ran his hand over the floor. In the next instant, he sharply drew in a breath. Hiss, isn't this just the material of the Forgotten Crossroads floor? Thorn sprang to his feet, his gaze sweeping rapidly around the room. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. Could it be that this room can sense his memories and recreate scenes from them? What if he had just been thinking about Worm's White House? He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Would the room then be full of chainsaws the moment he entered? Eric. Dumbledore's voice came from beside him, tinged with hesitation. Are you sure this meets your requirements? Perhaps something has gone wrong. Thorn snapped back to reality and shook his head. No problem. This is exactly the place I need. He spoke with certainty. As for whether it can achieve the desired effect. Thorn rolled his shoulders and stretched his body. I'll find out by trying. Dumbledore seemed to want to say something more. But in the very next moment, Thorn's body suddenly lit up with a white glow. Soul energy rapidly converged, coalescing before him into a ferocious spirit, brimming with intense resentment, and shot violently towards the wall. Vengeful spirit. Boom. Immediately after, Thorn stomped the ground, propelling himself into the air. He threw his head back and roared. Are there any humans left? Countless spirits surged forth from his body, mouths agape, emitting piercing shrieks, all simultaneously blasting towards the ceiling. Howling wraiths. Before he even landed, Thorn's form changed once again. His body transformed into a dazzling streak of white light, plummeting straight down from the air and smashing into the ground. A cloud of dust erupted. Desolate dive. Boom. 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 Several thunderous explosions rang out in succession. However, when everything settled and the dust slowly drifted down, the room remained completely unscathed. Thorn stood in place, looked around, and nodded with satisfaction. Principal. He turned around, his tone relaxed. This place really is quite good. I'll definitely handle the matter you arranged. Mid-sentence, he suddenly paused. Principal. Thorn looked left and right. The white-bearded old man was already nowhere to be seen. What happened? Ran out of candy. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the castle, Dumbledore was walking briskly, his steps unusually hurried. He muttered under his breath. Could it be, last time at St. Mungo's, this lad was planning to use this kind of magic against me? Merlin's beard. Thank goodness he didn't make a move back then, otherwise, this rascal would be without a boss. If Thorn knew about this, he'd surely be grinding his teeth in regret. Why on earth didn't he make a move back then? For the next several days, Thorn practically lived in the Room of Requirement. He repeatedly tested his magical proficiency, confirming again and again the actual effects of the few spells he currently mastered. The conclusion was quite clear. The destructive power of these spells was generally at a level where they could easily shatter concrete walls. As for the human body, that went without saying. Anyone hit head on would almost certainly not even have a chance to utter last words. As for comparing these soul-based spells with this world's original magical system, such as the shield charm, Thorn hadn't yet dared to attempt it. On one hand, he didn't know how to test it. On the other hand, he also didn't quite dare to ask someone to test it. For example, inviting Professor Flitwick over. What if he lost control of a vengeful spirit and accidentally sent one of his few human friends to meet Merlin? That would truly be a disaster. Thus, amid caution and restraint, time quietly slipped by. Soon, Saturday arrived. Late at night, Thorn finally stretched and emerged from the room of requirement. Yawning, he worked his slightly stiff neck. Finally here. He looked down at the letters in his hand, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. Course re-enrollment applications, quite a few for the 6th year. Thorn flipped through them one by one. Snail, 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 snail. His movements suddenly halted. Hiss. It's one thing that they're all from Ravenclaw, but why are they all snails? Thorn couldn't help but frown. He distinctly remembered that at the start of term, Ravenclaw had students like Scallop, Dragonfly, and others. Now look. At a glance, it's all mollusks. Seems like my 6th year classes will involve dealing with mollusks for the long term. Thorn grumbled internally as he continued walking forward. Just as he passed by a large door, his footsteps suddenly stopped. From inside the door, faint, suppressed sobbing could be heard. Thorn paused, looking up at the door plaque. Trophy room. The crying seemed to still be drifting out intermittently. Is it haunted? The thought occurred to him instinctively, but he immediately dismissed it. No. Hogwarts already has ghosts. Thinking about it that way, it's actually quite normal. Thorn remembered hearing about ghosts like Moaning Myrtle, who would cry alone in less disruptive places around the castle. Could it be here too? After brief consideration, Thorn thought the crying sounded more like a person. He pushed the door open, intending to investigate. As soon as the door opened, he froze. Inside the trophy room, a plump little beetle was crouched before a display case, sobbing while carefully polishing a medal with a cloth. On the floor were some shattered trophies, likely knocked over accidentally. Seeing it wasn't a ghost, Thorn relaxed and walked over. Student, what are you doing here? He softened his tone a little. It's almost midnight now, well past curfew. Being out after hours means detention. Hearing the voice, the little beetle jumped, nearly dropping the medal in her hand. Fortunately, Thorn was quick and caught it. Hey, careful there. Thorn said with a smile. If you really dropped it, this senior Tom Riddle might just crawl out of the medal to settle accounts with you. He spoke as if joking, placing the special award for services to the school medal from the 1950s back on the shelf. Then he crouched down to be at eye level with the timid little beetle. It's all right. I'm Professor Thorn, remember? You probably saw me at the start of term feast. The little beetle blinked, hesitated for a moment, then cautiously spoke. You're the professor who did 2 test papers during the feast. Thorn was momentarily speechless, falling silent for a few seconds. It was 3. He corrected. I'm not that slow. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.